like some of these guys who have a Twitter account. Wait, Durant does do this. I'm saying he should do the opposite. He should learn from the reactions to Durant. You have sense in me is like, why even bother? I'm shocked. You know, I listen to Eagles. Maybe followers like that. When you make a certain amount of money, why even have social media at that point?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we are ready to roll.
Thank you, Madam Director. I note for the record, thank you all for your patience. I was a little bit late, but we also had some technical difficulties. I note for the record that we have a full quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would recommend we convene first as the State Loan and Investment Board. And the first item on the agenda is A, we have two sets of meeting minutes to approve. We have the June 3rd, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes, and we have the June 10th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes. And I'll leave it to your direction to go one at a time or both together.
Thank you, Madam Director. Let me ask if there are any questions on either set of minutes. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion either for both or for one.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve minutes from the June 3rd, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, as well as the June 10th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Madam Director, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything to add at this time, but we would stand for any questions the board might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff on the reports behind tab B? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I am prepared to propose a consent list, if you would so desire.
That would be great. Hearing no objections.
Okay, the proposed consent list includes E1 through E2, F1, G1, and J1.
So D1 through D2.
Excuse me, E1 and
E1.
E1 through E2,
Okay, thank you.
F1, G1, and J1.
Okay. Members of the board, you've heard the proposed consent list. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary,
I would move that the board place E1 through E2, F1, G1, and J1 on a consent list for consideration.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded, moved by the secretary, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the consent list items.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next item on the agenda is C1 under policy matters. It's to consider adopting amended rules for the State Loan and Investment Board, Chapter 14, fees for administrative services and interest rates, and Chapter 38, capital construction loan program. You may recall during the 2021 general session of the Wyoming Legislature that House Enrolled Act number 71 was enacted, which authorized loans to irrigation and water conservancy districts from the capital construction loan program. So these changes are essentially to add those to our rules. The changes to Chapter 14 implement new loan interest terms, and the changes to Chapter 38 put in place the necessary administrative framework to award loans to irrigation and water conservancy districts from the capital construction loan program. While we had Chapter 14 open, we also took the opportunity to add clarifying language related to the tiered interest rates for the clean water and drinking water state revolving loan programs. Following the board's authorization at its June 3rd, 2021 board meeting, OSLI initiated the emergency and regular rulemaking process for these rules, including the 45-day public comment period. That ended on July 26th of 2021. No comments were received during this period. So we are recommending that the board adopt the amended rules for Chapter 14 and Chapter 38 as presented in your board books. And I do have Beth Blackwell here to help me answer any further questions you may have on those rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Blackwell, any further comments?
Madam Director covered it all.
Thank you. Any questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? And Madam Director, just for the purposes of information, I think I signed these emergency rules some time ago. Have we seen any applications as of yet?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe we have, but I would defer to Ms. Blackwell if I'm incorrect on that.
We have not received them. We've had several discussions with GID about this. However, I think their plans have changed.
Thank you very much. Just noting that we're moving expeditiously on this, and thank you for your work. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that we adopt the amended rules for Chapter 14, fees for administrative services and interest rates, and Chapter 38, capital construction loan program, state loan and investment board rules and regulations, and approve the statement of principal reasons.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda are the D matters, which are the state investment matters, and I would yield the floor to the Treasurer's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing up is the approval of the private equity manager. This on private equity manager Greenspring Associates, and I would. I think we have the Greenspring people here. They were up there on the screen. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we are here. John Ebert and Seon Kang.
Okay. Nice to see you guys. I'm going to turn it over to Patrick and to Matt. And I think Matt will probably be doing most of the presentation there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Welcome to the meeting. It's nice to see you. Patrick, great. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. My name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Today we are going to go over two managers for potential approval. Just for the audience's edification, I just want to make sure everyone knows the process is not a quick 10, 20-minute presentation and we make a decision on what we're going to do with hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a process that started where we would look at over 100 of the managers. We narrow it down to under 10. RVK and our investment staff do the deep dive meeting with all of the managers individually to where we pick a finalist. The finalist is then presented to the Investment Funds Committee, which we do further diligence and conversations with the Investment Funds Committee. And with their approval, we then meet with each individual board member to do further deep dive, to go into all of the managers, and they have various questions and so forth. And then at this presentation, where we will then have the managers present to you. So with that, I will pass it over to Matt to do the introduction first for our first manager for today, which will be Greenspring. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Matt Sblc. I'm an officer for WSTO, and I'm speaking with you this morning about Greenspring Associates. We set a secondaries fund to be a J-curve mitigant for our program and have been impressed with Greenspring's outperformance, which is due to its extraordinary access and understanding to the venture secondary market and its stringent underwriting to allow for minimal capital losses. We are looking to commit $70 million to this strategy so as to smooth out our private equity concerns when we look at like buyout funds that will have a 3 to 5 year investable period before we would receive some sort of harvesting for that. So this is that mitigant for that. I will now turn it over to John Averett and Seyon Kang to present Greenspring.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you to the entire board and staff. We are here to present Greenspring Secondary 5. My name is John Averett. I'm a general partner on the team. I've been at the firm going on 17 years. I lead investments across funds, directs, and secondaries, although I spend more of my time on direct investments, both direct primaries and secondaries, as well as spend time on our portfolio impact program. I will pass the baton to Seyon, who give a brief introduction on herself as well as the firm, and then I will dive more into the strategy specifically for Greenspring Secondary 5. I will also share my screen so that you all can see the slides for the presentation. Seyon?
Great. Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for having us. As John mentioned, I'm Seyon Kang, partner with the Greenspring based on the West Coast. I spent about 10 years on the sell side, most of that time at Morgan Stanley, both in equity research as well as on the distribution side, in equity sales and trading, institutional equities, and then moved to the investment management world about 10 years ago, working at a couple of families of funds, briefly at a family office before joining Greenspring about 5 years ago to lead the West Coast. And similar, and as John said, all of our partners work on funds, directs, and secondaries. And so we're all athletes, if you will. So I will cover 5 slides very briefly, maybe 30, 45 seconds each, and then turn it over to John to talk specifically more about the strategy. So this is a quick snapshot of our firm. We were going to be the venture platform for T. Rowe Price, hence our headquarters outside of Baltimore, Maryland. Our founder, Ashton Newhall, was going to start our business on the T. Rowe platform, but in the year 2000, T. Rowe bought its international business and wanted to pause on the venture rollout. So Ashton decided to start the business on his own. Fast forward to today, we manage $13 billion in client assets on behalf of public plans, endowments, foundations, and other investor types. We have over 130 people exclusively dedicated to venture. So I believe we are the largest group globally, both by AUM and number of people dedicated to the asset class. It was publicly announced about a month ago that we are in the midst of merging with StepStone, a publicly traded company, to become their venture capital investment arm. So our resources will be even further enhanced. John, if you could flip ahead 2 slides. Great, thanks. So this is a snapshot of our team, and I just highlight a couple of things. Our partners have worked together on average for 12 years. I'm bringing that average down as the new kid on the block, from about 5 years. And our ages span from late 30s to early 50s. So generally a very young team without any succession considerations for quite some time. And we come from a range of different backgrounds, socioeconomically, demographically, and our investment team is 60 people strong. John, if you could, yeah, great. So the left side of the page here shows our industry advisory board, which is comprised of many very well-known, very successful lines of industry, if you will. So for example, Barry Eggers was the first investor in Snapchat. Right below him, Scott Sandell was an investor in Salesforce and Cloudflare. And others on this page were the first or very early investors in companies like Lyft and Fitbit and DocuSign. We're very close with this group, being investors in their funds, as well as doing a majority of our direct and secondary investing with them or their firms. John, if you could flip to page 8. Great. So wanted to highlight a real source of strength and differentiation, which is the amount of time and resource that we spend on leveraging data. We have 8 people full-time dedicated to business intelligence and have our own proprietary database, which we use to track over 8,000 private venture-backed companies. And we use this information advantage as a weapon across all parts of our business, whether fund or direct investing or secondary investing, to find great investment opportunities for our clients. And then lastly, John, if you could flip to page 11 before I hand it over to you. I'll just conclude by saying our platform approach benefits our investors because of what we refer to as the flywheel effect. We commit to the best, most elite funds in venture, primarily at the early stage, and then use the relationships with those managers, as well as our information advantage, to source the best direct and secondary investments. And so with that, I'll turn it over to John to talk more specifically about the secondary strategy itself.
Thank you, Seon. So diving into the strategy for Greenspring Secondary Fund 5, it's a unique strategy within the secondary market. We're focused on venture, which we'll talk about in more details, an inefficient asset class, but we also take a flexible investment approach that allows us to do both direct secondaries as well as LP secondaries. Direct secondaries, we would define our opportunities to buy shares from existing or former employees at companies or early investors. And LP secondaries, we would define as opportunities to buy LP stakes from existing LPs within venture funds, typically funds we're already invested in. The split has been roughly 50 to 70% direct secondary and 30 to 50% in LP secondary. Some of the tailwinds behind this opportunity set really revolve around the time to liquidity within venture. The time to IPO is ranging from 8 to 10 years currently, and venture funds are going north of 13 years. So there's an opportunity to enter these companies and or funds into, what I would describe the later innings, and winning companies are going into extra innings, creating tremendous value. As you can see, the top 25 private companies now are valued well over 13 billion. So there's an opportunity to create significant value post our entry point while reducing risk given the maturity of these companies and funds that we're entering. We also are seeing attractive pricing in this segment of the market. Unlike buyout, venture is a more inefficient market and discounts are larger in this segment. We've experienced discounts north of 20% over the last 10 plus years. The reason why there are these inefficiencies in venture secondaries, in particular, as we talk about LP secondaries, is venture is very difficult to diligence. We have a very unique advantage because of the platform approach, because we are large investors in these venture funds through our fund of funds business to have access to unique informational advantage that our data team tracks. That allows us to diligence these managers where typical secondary buyers do not have this information on underlying companies. Secondly, these GPs that we are working with ultimately are quite restrictive as to who can buy within the fund. So if you're an LP that needs to sell, they would much rather sell to an existing LP, a client of theirs, versus an unknown party. That lets lower brokers be involved and a much lower buyer universe, which is a benefit to Greenspring. On the direct secondary side, we're seeing a large growing market opportunity. As I pointed out earlier, companies are taking 8 to 10 years before liquidity. And with that, there's opportunities to buy shares from existing or former employees along what has become a longer but more valuable journey for those companies. And so we'd estimate that this market has now become 60 billion in size. We think it could triple over the next 5 years. And because of our unique relationships with the venture managers, the data that we have on the underlying companies, it gives us a true sourcing advantage to find these elite breakout businesses where we can invest directly into these companies by buying shares from existing or former employees. Our sourcing methodology does really tie in, again, this very deep relationships with these elite venture managers, many of which, again, who sit on our industry advisory board that Seon pointed out earlier, as well as the data that we have on these firms. So within a venture firm, there could be, and this is a real example, 8 different partners. But within the partnership at a venture firm, and this is not too dissimilar to buyout, there tends to be several partners that really drive value. So as we focus our time and effort around sourcing, we're really focused on the highest performing general partners and the companies within their portfolios that are producing the highest results. So in this case, we'd be focusing on partner number 1 and number 2 and the 25 companies they're involved with. We have all the financial information on these companies. We know the product stage and momentum of the business, and we even know how the general partners who sit on the board are feeling about these businesses. That's allowed us to produce a very strong batting average in terms of our risk return profile. We've generated a 3.2x realized multiple since inception of this strategy, and to date, we've had 0 realized write-offs. We also like to highlight we've had a number of home runs, generating many returns that are north of 5x and several in the 3 to 5x category. As we think about the uniqueness of this strategy, GSF 5 and prior funds provide a diversified portfolio of companies between 200 to 300 positions. Within that, call it 30 are direct investments, and the balance are indirect investments that we garner through LP secondaries, so the underlying portfolios of funds that we invest in. So good diversification within that. Coming into mature assets, which produce very low loss rates. You can see loss rates in our first 3 funds, sub 3. But also having the ability to have single investments, whether they're direct secondaries or LP secondaries, produce significant portfolio impact. In our first 3 funds, we've had investments that have or will return the entire fund by themselves. And lastly, the summary of the terms. Our target fund size is $1.3 billion. We had our first close in May, and we're rounding up the fundraise in relatively short order. It is a 10-year life. The carried interest is 5% on LP secondaries, 20 on directs, and a management fee of 75 basis points. That concludes the remarks that Seon and I have had this morning. Thank you for the time and consideration of Greenspring Secondaries Fund 5. We'd love to have the opportunity to partner with the state of Wyoming.
Well, thank you, John and Seon. Are there questions for Mr. Treasurer? Any comments that?
Just that I think that Patrick and Matt in the process has produced a good opportunity for the state of Wyoming in this asset class, and I'd like to thank both Matt and Patrick for and the team in their diligence and their performance in this regard.
Well, and thank you very much. I did have one question, which I think is pretty straightforward, John and Seon. It's fairly recent that you were acquired, what, about a month ago, that the announcement was made that StepStone had purchased you. And I was curious if you saw a change coming in discipline, or now that it's a publicly traded asset, do you see it, look through challenges there or anything like that? Just your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We're, as Seon mentioned, really excited about the pending merger that was announced about a month ago with StepStone. We're in the process of affecting that, potentially later this year. There's a lot of positives in terms of the enhancements that we'll have around our team and our data to further power the flywheel effect that Seon described. StepStone, as you know, is a publicly traded company, but it operates with a team approach. And so the underlying teams and strategies within StepStone that range from venture capital to alternative credit, infrastructure, and real estate really operate sort of in many ways independently, and then the publicly traded company is rolls up, management fees, carried interest, and et cetera, from the various teams approach. So, the underlying investments that we make, whether they funds, directs, or secondaries, do not face sort of public scrutiny that you'd see in sort of other public structures. And that, that type of relationship and confidentiality, which is important within the venture capital or private equity asset class, is an important consideration as we move forward into the merger.
Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Treasurer, I really want to compliment you, your team, and the IFC on their work. Matt, great work.
And Mr. Chairman, not to forget the other person at the table, nothing gets done unless Lisa gets the contracts done, and she does an excellent job moving those through the process. It's a very heavy lift putting this through the process here to get everything done by September 1. And we've got a couple more coming in there. So these guys are burning a little midnight oil on this, I would say, to get this accomplished.
And I think she'll have her moment in the sun here in just a moment. So members of the board, or Mr. Treasurer, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board select the fund Green Springs Secondaries Fund 5, managed by Greenstein Associates as a state private equity investment manager, conditioned upon the approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Has it been, is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Just for folks, Mr. Treasurer, I also want to thank you for taking the time to brief each of us on this. We've had extensive conversations with your team and staff with the recommendations that I see. So
You're welcome. And having sat in on a couple of those, I was glad to see I think the extent of the information that was communicated.
thanks very much. All in, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries, Madam Director. And now, the moment we've been waiting for. Ms. Jordy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Jordy Spellman, General Counsel for the State Treasurer's Office with respect to Board Matter D2. The Slib Board has an obligation under the statute to approve or disapprove material terms of any investment. So I have the material terms available. Would you like me to share them to the screen?
Members of the board, what's your pleasure? I know we've all been briefed on these. If there are highlights you want to ask about. Okay. If you just want to give us some sort of overarching points, again, we've all been briefed. You've done an excellent job, Lisa, so thanks.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and share just that to the screen then so I can do some overarching points. So I believe that Matt mentioned it's a $70 million commitment, 75 basis points on the management fee. There are investment limitations that are in line with our investment policy statements. It's a 10-year term from the final closing date, 3 one-year extensions at the discretion of the general partner. It's an American waterfall distribution. We get the first 100%. After that, there's 5% for the partnership investments to the general partner, and then 20% of the direct investments after that. That's the carry. They have agreed to standard provisions with respect to tax withholding. There are not redemption rights in this fund. The general partner may be removed by 66 2/3% vote for those reasons. There is a key person provision which permits the general partner, which prevents them from continuing to provide capital contributions or request capital contributions if 3 of the principals are gone. There are standard default provisions. The limited liability of the state is preserved. The fund will deploy leverage as they believe is necessary or desirable. They do have a right to recall distributions. This is subject to a cap of 125% of the partner's aggregate capital commitments, and any amount, the total amount recalled for investment may not exceed 25%. Generally, limited partners may not sell their interests. However, you can ask the general partner and for consent to sell your limited partner interests. They have standard disclosure with respect to annual reports and audited financial statements and unaudited financial statements. They've agreed to abide the Wyoming Public Records Act. They acknowledge that they have fiduciary duties under the Advisors Act. They will not, in terms of conflicts of interest, they will not sit and be in management and control of those investment funds in which they invest or any other investment vehicles, but there are other conflicts of interest. They will take most of those to the LPAC. The advisory board, there is an advisory board. The state of Wyoming has requested a seat. We've been told we will either get a voting seat or an observer seat on the board. The valuation, the general partner will do the valuation unless it's a freely tradable security, in which case it will be valued based on the market. They've agreed to our most favored nation status. They've agreed to the state of Wyoming's requirements with respect to no indemnification. They do maintain customary insurance. They've reviewed and agreed that the proposed terms comply with the state's investment policy. They will acknowledge the state's sovereign immunity. They agree that we will not be required to arbitrate any dispute. The general partner does have skin in the game. They've agreed to invest up to 1%. 20% of that will be cash, up to 20%. The amendments, they won't make any material changes to the partnership agreement without a majority vote of the limited partners. And they've agreed that sovereign immunity and indemnification will be covered by Wyoming law. And we have jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction here for matters brought against the state. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Ms. Jody Selman, I think that was exceptional. So thank you very much. I know those are very complicated agreements, and the treasurer's comments about you spending a lot of time on them is correct.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the fund Green Springs Secondaries Fund 5.
Any
Second.
support? Thank you. Been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Very happy to be part of Green Spring. So,
Thank you all. We're really excited about the partnership and appreciate the opportunity. Have a great day.
Nice meeting you guys.
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, the next manager is Wellington. Also, I just wanted to comment, I failed to mention that both of these managers did have the unanimous approval of the Investment Funds Committee. Caleb Simpson will present Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. Simpson. You look different than you did at Frontier Days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. My name is Caleb Simpson. I am a senior investment analyst with the State Treasurer's Office, and today I will be presenting Wellington Management. I'm excited to present Wellington as an emerging market debt manager, and they will represent the final piece of our portfolio. They truly are a best-in-class manager in the space, managing a blended emerging market debt portfolio consisting of hard currency or dollar-denominated U.S. emerging market bonds, local currency emerging market bonds, as well as some corporate dollar-denominated emerging market bonds. And with that, I will turn it over to the team we have today. We have three gentlemen joining us. We have Scott Coakley, Darren Capilotto, and Kevin Murphy, who is the portfolio manager for the strategy. I'll turn it over to Scott. Thank you.
Thank you,
Great.
Caleb. Scott.
Thank you, Caleb, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to speak with you today and for considering Wellington for this exciting opportunity to partner with the state of Wyoming. I'd also like to thank you for accommodating us virtually today. I know we're all certainly excited to get back out to Cheyenne and meet in person in the near future. As Kayla mentioned, my name is Scott Coakley. I'm part of Wellington's relationship management group, working with clients throughout the Mountain States. And I'm pleased to be joined by Kevin Murphy and Darren Capilotto. Kevin is a partner at Wellington and portfolio manager for our blended opportunistic emerging market debt approach. And Darren is a fixed income investment director, where he works closely with Kevin and the team, helping with client engagement and serving as an independent layer of risk management for the strategy. So I recognize you have a full agenda for the day, and so we plan to keep our presentation concise, starting with a few key details on Wellington and our EMD capabilities before jumping into high-level perspective on philosophy, process, and performance of our strategy. We'll definitely wrap up for time for questions, but would obviously encourage them throughout as well if that's helpful. So I understood the group had the presentation materials available in front of them. I'm certainly happy to share my screen if that's easier. I know the last group did that. Whatever is best to follow along for those in the room.
It might be a good idea just to share your screen as we're on public, so others may see it.
Is that coming through for everyone?
It is. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, on page 1, you'll see here a snapshot of Wellington today. I know there's a lot on here, but I'll just draw your attention to a few key points that I think will be most relevant to our conversation. The first, as you'll see on the left side of the page, is the size and diversity of our business, with over 1.3 trillion in client assets under management. We believe that the scale and the depth of our resources serve as a huge competitive advantage for our EMD team. I think it's also important to note that our client assets are balanced relatively evenly across both fixed income and equities. This is deliberate, as it not only promotes greater organizational stability, but it allows Kevin and the team to draw on a more robust set of investment insights and develop multidimensional views for the countries they're investing in. The second point that I'd make is that while we are a large firm, Wellington's one of the few of our size to remain solely owned by our employees. We believe that being private has a number of benefits to our clients. The first of which is that the partnership model has been a tremendous tool to attract and retain investment talent. Second, by having no outside interests or influence, we can look past many of the short-term pressures facing our industry and really take a longer-term view that aligns with the Treasurer's Office mission to safeguard and grow Wyoming's assets. The other aspects of the firm will come to life as we get further into the deck, but I'll turn things over to Darren to jump into the approach in a bit more detail, starting on page 2.
Thank you, Scott. As Scott mentioned, I'm Darren Capilotto, really grateful to be presenting to you all today. If you advance to page 2, Scott, you'll see that there are 4 distinguishing characteristics that I'd like to highlight, defining Wellington's blended opportunistic approach. You'll see them listed here in blue. I'd start with experience. Wellington has really taken a long view to developing and building our EM debt platform, starting investing in emerging markets in the early 1990s. By doing so, we've been able to really build out a dedicated specialized team of 35 members. It's the second largest investment team at Wellington, with an average industry experience of 18 years and average experience at Wellington of 8 years. This specialization really allows us to collaborate and focus on deep research, whereby, as you look at the third blue row, we can implement a disciplined, systematic investment approach, aggregating both qualitative fundamental work along with quantitative research to develop an investment strategy that generates consistent performance. I will be turning it over to Kevin Murphy in a minute or two, but I would just highlight that consistent performance is a theme that will be expressed as he explains our philosophy and process. In fact, this approach, launched in 2009, has consistently beaten its benchmark with every rolling three-year period generating a return above the benchmark. To do so, it really does take a full team. If you move forward one page, Scott, you'll see that the approach that we do on page 3, if you look forward on page 3, to execute this approach, it's a function of beating a benchmark. You see the benchmark listed in the middle on page left of 50% MB Global Diversified. Those are dollar-denominated securities, and 50% local currency securities. This allows us to really use a broad investment universe listed on the bottom of page left, where we can be dynamic in our sector and issuer selection as different opportunities frequently present themselves within the emerging markets universe. And then moving forward to page 4, where you'll see the full team listed, all 35 members.
would also highlight to Scott's earlier comments about our broad firm-wide footprint, that while we do have a large dedicated team, we're also able to gain insights from other areas within the firm. Most relevant lately is healthcare and understanding the trajectory of COVID and its impact on emerging markets. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin to address our philosophy and process.
Thanks, Darren, and Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you very much for giving us this time this morning to explain our investment process and philosophy. We're delighted to do so. I'm going to start on page 5, and that is the page where we outline our investment philosophy for emerging markets. And it's really based on 3 key pillars. The first one is that we firmly believe that if you're going to be investing in emerging markets, you really need to start with a global perspective. And by global perspective, what we mean is understanding where we are in terms of global growth, global trade, global commodity price dynamics, and global rate expectations. And here's really one of the places within our team that being part of a much larger organization like Wellington, we do believe gives us a competitive advantage because we do have the deep resources of the firm to rely on to get that global perspective. The second part of that perspective, though, is also seeing where emerging markets fits in terms of risk-reward characteristics versus other opportunities. So comparing our asset class versus others to see how attractive we are versus them gives us an indication as to what inflows or outflows the asset class is likely to experience. So that's our starting point in terms of our philosophy. The second component of our philosophy is employing a systematic approach to take advantage of broad inefficiencies. And that really starts with the assumption that emerging markets is inherently inefficient. And that's really driven by the wide variety of different types of investors we have in the market and a very, very broad underlying investment opportunity set that spans the globe, ranges from large countries to small countries that provide very good and frequent information to those that don't. And that imbalance really does provide a rich opportunity for inefficiencies that we can take advantage of. Our approach is to come up with an investment assessment independently, and then use that independent assessment to identify opportunities systematically across the market and use those to add and remove opportunities from the portfolio. And then the final pillar of our investment philosophy is risk management. And that's really one of the key parts to our approach, in that we employ risk management throughout our process. It's really a combination of what I believe are world-class risk management systems that we've developed here at Wellington, but it's also complemented by experienced portfolio managers who will periodically jump in and change the risk profile of the portfolios when we're faced with things like local elections or other events that can't appropriately be picked up by risk management systems. And that's what we think is really key to developing that long-term, high risk-adjusted returns that our products have been able to offer. So we could switch to page 6. Page 6 has the process that we've employed. It's a 4-part process to deploy that investment philosophy. And it starts over on the left-hand side there with broad strategy. So that's really looking at things like the global cycle, liquidity, secular trends. And from that approach, what we try and discern is what we want the overall portfolio risk stance to look like. How do we want to be pro-risk or anti-risk? And how do we want to allocate the funds within the opportunity set between external credit, local FX, and local interest rates? The second part under research is really the heart and soul of what we do. And that's our deep team of analysts providing us with investment research and recommendations on the countries and the companies that we invest in. And here we do a very traditional research model where all of our analysts are meeting with those countries and companies. We're almost always on the road, with the exception of the pandemic. But we're developing our own tools, our own projections, our own assessment of valuations for those opportunities. We complement what we do on that fundamental approach with a set of quantitative skills. So almost everything we do here at Wellington has both a fundamental and a quantitative analysis angle. And the combination of the two allows us to get what you see at the bottom there, which is the output, which are our country expectations, which is really an assessment of default risk, and our analyst recommendations for portfolio construction. We then take those analyst recommendations in the third step, which is portfolio construction. And this is a best opportunities portfolio. So we look to sift through the ones where we have the highest conviction and we expect to have the highest expected returns. And we assemble the collection of opportunities in a portfolio and do that in a way that we're able to maximize the return while minimizing as much of the volatility as we possibly can. We look to make sure that macro factors are managed in terms of exposures to commodities, regions, et cetera, to build our country and issuer weights, the particular currency exposures we want to have and where we want to have local interest rate exposure. And then finally, the fourth leg, we have it all the way to the left, but it's really something that we employ throughout the process is risk management. And here we're looking at stress testing our portfolio. Each time we add an incremental exposure to the portfolio, we can see how it affects the overall level of risk. We can see how we're affecting individual components of risk. And so we can make sure that the portfolio has those ideas that we want to have in the portfolio, but that we're able to hedge away all of the unintended risks that any of those exposures might bring along with them. So if we could switch now to page 7, I'll highlight some of the exposures in the funds at the moment. And on page 7, we have some portfolio characteristics. I'll really just touch on a couple of things here. Right now the portfolio is slightly pro-risk, and that's based on a combination of views. One being the reopening of the global economy, likely, which is allowing growth in the developed markets to expand. That has led to an improvement in global trade and is spilling over into improvement in growth in emerging economies. And two, excessively accommodative central banks around the globe have created significant liquidity in the system, and a lot of that liquidity is finding its way into emerging markets, given the positive comparison in terms of returns that emerging markets exhibits at this point. So just looking at two things, I'll just highlight maybe the top line to give you an example of our pro-risk stance. You can see the yield to worst of the portfolio is currently 5.2%, or was at the end of June 30th. And that compares to the benchmark of 4.6%. So we have a little over 0.5% of yield advantage versus the benchmark. And that's one way to see the pro-risk stance. And then in terms of exposures, maybe 5 lines up from the bottom, I'll just point out one of them, which is external corporate exposures. And this is sort of an out of benchmark allocation to emerging corporate companies. And here we feel that companies are actually going to recover faster than countries. And so you can see we've allocated 7.2% of the portfolio to that opportunity set at the moment. And then if we flip to page 8, there's a much more detailed presentation of the portfolio. I won't go through every bit of this, of course, but just in terms of how you would read this, you see a number of countries listed here. And next to it, you see a series of colorful bars extending horizontally. And somewhere along each of those bars or just outside them, you see a vertical black bar. And that represents the index weight. So I'll just point out maybe 2 things. One, as you look at this page, you'll see that our positioning is almost never equal to that vertical black bar. So in every country that we evaluate and invest in, we make it a point to have an investment view. So we will always be overweight or underweight via either local or external exposures. And then secondly, I'll just drill into one theme and just sort of highlight how our investment process creates exposures. And that would be in the second group of countries on the left-hand side. And this group are what we call newer EU states. And these are emerging market countries in Eastern Europe that are in the process of joining the EU. The 3 countries listed here included in that group would be Croatia, Romania, and Serbia. And our investment process a few years ago identified that the process of joining the EU was an extremely beneficial one for these countries, and that in that process, they were going to receive very, very large capital transfers in the form of grants, not loans, from the EU. And they would also receive a fair amount of technical expertise and advice as they were making that transition. To us, that likely meant that the fiscal accounts of these countries would start to improve relatively rapidly. And this was something that we felt the market hadn't picked up on. So as you can see with each of those countries, we're well overweight in exposure. We have been for some time. And our analyst, Gillian Edgeworth, who's based in London, felt that that was a very attractive opportunity for the portfolio. We've been along those countries for some time. And recently we've started to see that the investment community has started to come around to our point of view, and that Croatia, for example, was upgraded to investment grade last year by S&P and Fitch, and another one, Romania, we expect to be have its outlooks adjusted positively later this year. So again, just one small part of the portfolio, but just to give you an example of how our research process has led to that positioning. So why don't I pause there if there's any questions, or hand it over to Darren at this point.
Yeah, Kevin, I'll just jump in to conclude from a performance perspective. All the explanation that Kevin put forth is really designed to generate consistent performance for our clients. Here listed on page 9, you see calendar year returns over various timeframes. And more specifically, if you turn to page 10, you'll see that over, to my aforementioned comment, over any rolling 3-year period, you see that the excess return or alpha above the benchmark has been positive. So really a disciplined approach driven by the inputs Kevin referenced. And that is a summary of our blended opportunistic emerging markets debt approach.
So I just thank everyone again for the time and for considering Wellington for this exciting opportunity. I'm certainly happy to address any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might, I suppose, be directed to Kevin. Just broadly speaking, what are the most exciting opportunities on that local currency side? That was some pretty exciting analysis, I thought, on the hard currency side, but on that other side of your page 8, just broadly speaking.
So broadly speaking, at a very high level, the pecking order, if you will, in terms of risk that we prefer, our first external hard currency. I highlighted one example there. And then after that, when we look into local markets, we prefer FX exposure and then interest rate exposure. Interest rate exposure is last because at this point, many emerging market economies are experiencing increasing inflation, not unlike what we're experiencing in the US. But unlike in the US, a lot of central banks and emerging economies are actually starting to hike rates, and some are actually well into their rate hiking cycles. So we're underweight interest rate risk in local markets at this point. We expect later in this year, there's a number of countries such as Brazil and Russia that have moved into their rate hiking cycle. We're quite excited to add those exposures into the portfolio a little later on. On the FX side, a great number of emerging market currencies appear very attractively valued to us. The ruble is one at this point that we have added to the portfolio. Again, they are moving well into their rate hiking cycle. They've got a lot of strong fundamental drivers for the underlying economy and the strength of the currency. And that has been one that's been a positive exposure in the portfolio.
Thank you. Further questions? So do you all still, I think I had the opportunity to be on, I think it's Congress Street where one of your offices is. And you
Yes.
had the morning conference call from around the world. You still do that?
We do. We start our days with a portfolio manager call a little bit before 6 a.m. so we can include all of our offices around the globe. That's very specific to EM. We then move into a team one where all of our traders and our analysts share ideas, again, very EM focused. And then that's followed by Wellington's classic morning meeting, as we call it. And that brings together both fixed income and equity investors from around the globe, again, to share ideas, share developments, and talk about market development. So, what we do is we start with a very specific view on our investment universe, and then we complement that with a much more broader approach in the morning meeting, so that each day we sort of get an input on each of those levels.
Wonderful. One quick question. as we see GovCoins showing up, any thoughts on what that future may hold? I'm specifically thinking about Ray Dalio's comment a few months ago where he was talking about he would rather have crypto than debt.
Yeah, so crypto is interesting in terms of the impact on emerging markets, because there's actually one country, El Salvador, which is determined to make cryptocurrency legal tender in the country, and presumably it's to make moving currency from workers that are in the U.S., for example, allow them to repatriate that money back to the countries that they're from, including El Salvador. So there's a few instances where we think that there may be some applications for digital currency within emerging markets, and it may be a movement of money that's most appropriate. It's a little early to tell, though, really how much that actually will affect overall emerging market assets. So we're watching it carefully, and keeping an eye on how it might impact our markets going forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks so much, Wellington, for joining us. Just as I looked over your company, you all have a carbon neutral by 2030, 2050-ish plan, and I know that emerging markets sometimes don't align with some of the goals that you have regarding divestment and the carbon neutrality. I was wondering if you could explain how you're approaching that with emerging markets and aligning that with your goals for neutrality and carbon emissions.
Well, I can start with that one. We have, as a firm, committed a number of our assets under management to meeting those goals. A portion of our emerging market assets are under consideration for being included in that. You've highlighted, one of the more challenging aspects within emerging markets, and that most of emerging markets is in the business of extracting resources from the earth and then exporting those. And quite often that contributes to a larger carbon contribution. What I would say is the way that we're approaching it is, there are specific goals that we have set in the funds that are being moved into that process. And we've developed an internal ESG analysis system where we look at both carbon emission, we look at climate risk and other ESG factors and evaluate those to see if those countries are making progress. And so the ultimate approach is identifying countries that we think are moving towards our carbon goals faster than others and trying to enhance and feature them in those portfolios. And where we see that the countries are not, we're pursuing a level of engagement where we can sit down with those countries, explain to them how we're looking at them from this perspective. Many emerging economies are very cognizant of this movement, and they're very receptive to our input and are working, I'd say much faster than we ever would have thought, if you go back 1 or 2 years, to move their emissions scores to a much better level.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. And just because that's a place that Wyoming cares deeply about, and I'll say that also North Dakota has joined us in finding ways to do carbon sequestration and better utilization, lots of those things. We'd love to participate with you. I think when you look at renewable fuels, for example, where renewable fuels now have to be railroaded from fields in the Midwest out to the West to get preconditioned and then railroaded to another place to get refined, the net energy cost on that is something that I think as we do this analysis, it really can't be a facile analysis. It really needs to be a deep analysis. And we are committed to that as a state as well. It's very important to us that we keep our traditional industries, and we know that they can move into the future.
We certainly appreciate the question being raised, and it's obviously a priority for Wellington. And we welcome the opportunity to partner with you as we move forward in this space.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move the treasurer's recs, and let me get the exact language here so we don't get it confused. Recommendations that the board select Wellington Management as a manager for the state's emerging market debt allocations, conditions upon successful contract negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the motion? Second. It's been seconded by the secretary. Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. We look forward to you coming back to Wyoming.
Absolutely. Thank you all again for the time. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, if we could move to the next matter, Josh Keevan from RVK will be joining us for some of the amendments.
Good morning, Josh. Are you in Boise this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am.
You going to send rain our way?
We did have some come through, and it looked like it was headed towards you.
That's a consultant comment. Thanks. So, Mr. Treasurer.
Josh, I guess, why don't you go ahead and go over, not sure what your agenda is there. Are you going to talk about the state investment policy amendments first?
That's my understanding, Mr. Treasurer.
Well, go ahead and roll them out, Josh. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The first item we have is the proposed amendments to the state's investment policy. I know we've had the chance to debrief each of you on the proposed changes, so I will stay at a very high level and then stand for questions you may have. Formally, we review the policy annually, and we normally try to keep these changes to once per year. The fact of the matter is there's just a lot of change in motion currently, and just a couple of cleanup items that unfortunately we felt rose to the level of needing your attention sooner than that review that would happen next year. I would characterize these as one of them is just simply a cleanup item, and that is the table that reflects the asset allocation you approved for the income-focused permanent funds. We simply just missed adding hedge funds to that in the reflection of that in the investment policy. And so we're cleaning that up with this amendment. The second is really a refinement of the benchmark for the new transition portfolio. I call it a refinement rather than a change because there actually has not been any money managed against this benchmark yet. And quite simply, as we've gone about the process of evaluating strategies in managers for this transition portfolio, in that process, we've identified a benchmark that we believe is a better benchmark, more appropriate, and it's really moving this from an uninvestable benchmark to an investable benchmark. So it's going to give you better information in terms of the performance of your managers. The one thing table I would point you to, Lisa, if you're driving the slides here, is page 3 of our memo. One more, yeah, the performance table here at the top. So here we're just giving you some historical return and risk metrics for the new benchmark, just to highlight a couple of things. And this is maybe a little less about the benchmark and just a little more about the strategy that we're moving towards here. We looked at a number of different mixes, and we're highlighting the one that we're recommending to you here, the 50% investment grade CLOs, 40% 1 to 3 year investment grade credit, and 10% 0 to 2 short-term high yield. We do have a couple of other benchmarks listed here. The Barclays US Aggregate is your current benchmark for core fixed income. That's where a lot of this money is going to be coming from to be invested in this transition portfolio for the next couple of years. And then right below the aggregate is the current benchmark that's reflected in policy, and that's this uninvestable short-term overnight rate plus 150 basis points. And just because the changing of benchmarks in policy can raise some questions, we just wanted to highlight that the benchmark that we're moving towards has actually had better performance. It would have been a tougher benchmark to beat historically than the SOFR plus 150 over the past 3 years, 3.3 versus 2.76. And then looking at some of the risk metrics, we just wanted to highlight some of this for you here. The volatility or standard deviation of the proposed benchmark over the past 5 years has been 2.78. And one of the challenges of that SOFR plus 150 as a benchmark is it just doesn't really have volatility. So it's, that 150 is just always positive 150, no matter what's going on in the capital markets. So the volatility there is almost zero. So it's a bit of an unrealistic benchmark. The volatility of the benchmark we're moving towards is very similar to your core bond index, that 2.78 over 5 years versus 3.2 for the aggregate. This benchmark is not without risk. And we showed just on the right there the since inception, which for each of these benchmarks is the longest time period that we have data, what the maximum drawdown was. So that's sort of a peak to trough, loss during a period of time where the benchmark was producing negative returns. 5% for this particular index, and that was. And so just to give you a sense for, that this isn't a risk-free benchmark, but we do think it has attractive risk return characteristics relative to some of the other options we considered. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the policy recommendations. I'll stand for any questions the board has.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Any questions for Mr. Keevan or the treasurer or Mr. Fleming? Mr. Treasurer.
No, I guess the SOFR plus 150 is more like a target. I know for years we had kind of a target of 3% over the rate of inflation, for a return, but it's necessarily not a benchmark. And so I think the way that RBK has modified this actually has an investable benchmark. So I think it's an appropriate change. As Josh said, we're still in the early stages of this. We don't have any money invested in it. It has nothing to do with performance pay or anything else. So I think it's appropriate to tee it up and get it in investment policy now. As we go forward, we'll have something we can actually work with.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
And for Patrick, in establishing this benchmark, and we talked yesterday how it's BB versus, I guess, triple B. So is it fair to say that this is a really To start off with, this is a very safe benchmark with which to measure the direction we're going, or is that? It seems like the BB more than adequately measures as a benchmark at where we're going. But is that a correct analysis, or did that question make sense?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Secretary. Yes, the BB, the Bloomberg Barclay 1 to 3 year index, what you're referring to, is part of that index. So the 50% would be the collateralized loan obligation, and then the investment grade component of it, or the BB, which is the Bloomberg Barclay component of it. The index itself moves, the aggregate has an average quality right now of AA. And the new index would have an average quality of A. But one thing that I just want to point out is even though the index that we'll be judged against would have a A, the managers that we were looking at, many of them have what they believe right now is what makes sense is to have something much higher than the A. So in a week from Tuesday, when we bring you the managers, there's a very high likelihood that the actual manager will be managing to a higher quality than what the index is, just because of the environment that we're in. You know, if you compare that to the SOFR plus 150, to get 150 in today's environment, you would have to have a significant amount of junk or high yield securities. So even though the index doesn't have a rating or what have you, the risk for that is significantly higher. And in our previous conversations, when the board had concerns about that risk, that was something that we wanted to identify, and just saying that index just does not represent what we represented to you as far as what we're trying to do here is by keeping a similar type of quality and just get a higher amount of return by extending and having less liquid securities.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam,
if I may, I just, we need to point out that the IFC was provided these changes to the policy as well as the benchmarks, and they have voted unanimously to approve them.
thank you, Ms. Jody Smith. Thank you very much for the explanation and for the adjustments. I would note, and I don't think we need to work on it now. I think the number that is on the index, section 19, page 22, I think that may be incorrect. I think it may actually be page 25, so no worries, just pointing that out. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer?
I would move that the state investment policy be amended to be consistent with the board's approval of asset allocations and include hedge funds to the income-focused permanent funds target asset allocation. And also, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to make two motions or just one motion?
What's the pleasure of the board? I'm happy with one.
Okay, and further amend the policy to reflect the change in the benchmark, and I see it is on 25, to the transition low duration fixed income, removing the overnight financing rate of SOFR or equivalent plus 150 basis points, and inserting a benchmark of 50% JP Morgan CLO investment grade, 40% Bloomberg Barclays 1 to 3 credit, and 10% ICE B of A ML 0 to 2 year high yield BB-B index.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the Treasurer's motion?
Second?
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think there's one more item and
Yeah, I think Josh has got some things to present to us here for the year-end review. And I think the alternative investment supplement disclosure there is also available. So, Patrick, I guess Josh is up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, just a real quick comment. I just want to thank RVK. They were able to get these numbers the first of this month. And they know how important this is for you because we don't have another meeting. So Josh and his crew, talking about burning the midnight oil, to get this presentation for you. And, apologize not having it in board books, but it wasn't even available when you acquired them. So that's why they came late. But also I just want to highlight the effort that not only in this, but all of the requests that we've had with these asset allocations and what a great job RBK has done and facilitating all of the material that is required for these in such a short order.
thank you, Mr. Fleming, and I would echo that. I remember what a challenge this was, Mr. Treasurer. Congratulations on all this, because I think having this information is incredibly important going into the fall when we're going to be setting budgets and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, as Patrick alluded to, it is a team effort with our consultants and everybody in the treasurer's office. So you might congratulate me, but I got to say that those are the guys that are doing the heavy lifting.
Thanks. So, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for those kind words. I just get to take credit for the hard work. We've got a fantastic team that puts a lot of effort into this. So I will pass along your kind words to them as well. In terms of the performance update, and I can go ahead and share my screen here if that's okay. Please let me know if you're having any trouble seeing that.
No, we can.
I'll stay at a high level here, but please let me know if there's something you'd like me to cover in greater detail. Just real quick here on our quilt chart, just to talk a little bit about recent market performance. This column here, calendar year to date as of 6/21. So that's just to give you a little perspective on what's been happening recently in markets. Simply, each of these boxes represents one of the asset classes that you invest in. And we're just, for the past 6 months, showing you the return from best to worst. Near the top three here are MLPs, small cap US equities and large cap US equities. And near the bottom three would be your aggregate bonds, emerging markets debt, and cash. But with a range of returns there from +44 to -1 approximately, it's been a very good market for investing. It's been a very good market for risk assets in particular, with the only negative returners coming from fixed income, where you've got over this time period rising interest rates. And then in the case of emerging markets, some currency weakness there as well. This period of time, though, has really kind of been two very different quarters. The first quarter of this year was a sort of a continuation of the end of last year, with the reopening theme driving market returns. Interest rates were rising, small companies, the most COVID impacted sectors really bouncing back off of the very challenging first part of last year. The second quarter of this year has been different. Interest rates have actually come down recently, and we've kind of reverted back to some of the themes that led the market during the sort of pre-vaccine part of last year, which was large cap US growth outperforming and interest rates declining. And that's many believe a function of some uncertainty coming back into the picture around future growth rates. And the Delta variant is certainly part of that equation in terms of what markets are trying to figure out. Here you see the snapshot of the total assets across the different investment portfolios as of June 30th, with 24.8 billion in total market value. And around the pie chart, you can see some color coding that we're using here just to sort of easily distinguish between the funds. Green and blue are your permanent funds. Green, the total return focused, and blue, the income focused. Yellow is workers' comp. Red is Pool A, pink is LISRA, and orange is the state agency pool. Just a note that I thought you would find interesting for today. In the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, 2.9 billion was added from investment returns. And now that's across all of the portfolios here, so that's not specific to any one of them, but just shy of $3 billion last year added from investment gains. Now that's not just income, that's income plus the appreciation in the assets. But that's a very significant number, and I think a very significant year last year for investment returns. As we go to performance here at the total fund level, now keep in mind the total fund is a combination of all of those funds, and they have very different purposes, very different risk profiles. So I think the point of this total fund metric here is not so much the total fund return as it is the difference between total fund and the total fund benchmark, because this is what gives you a read on are the underlying investment decisions, the selection of managers, the performance of those managers, is that adding value after fees relative to market benchmarks? And here you can see that for the most recent quarter, as well as the last 6 months, it's basically been a flat comparison. And fiscal year to date, in total, positive to the tune of about 0.2%. And this is a preliminary number. We don't yet have all of the valuations for some of the less liquid assets. So this has the potential to change a little bit. But it does look like it was a positive year for net alpha. Just to highlight a couple of the sort of by asset class here, we show you each asset class performance, your performance in the dark green bar, and then the policy benchmark in light green. Some of the, not everything outperformed last year. You had outperformers and you had some underperformers. Just to hit, probably one of the more notable underperformers was small cap, US small cap equity. Your portfolio was up only 53.5%. The benchmark was up 62%. If there's a market where the sort of lower quality companies have been most aided by the Fed's policy towards lowering interest rates, easy monetary policy, and also some of the sort of unique market trends you've seen recently around some of the meme stocks and the sort of Reddit crowd trading, Robinhood trading. That has had its biggest impact in the small cap US equity market. And you have particularly one manager that is very focused on higher quality companies with stronger balance sheets. And that style just has not kept up with the 62% of the benchmark. To note, and then just to point out a few of the areas where you've seen some really substantial outperformance. Two, I'd point out here, international equities. You beat the benchmark there by roughly 4% net of fees over the past year. And most of the credit for that goes to Arrow Street. Arrow Street beat their benchmark by roughly 13% last year with a return of just right at about 50%. The other thing I'd point out is the success of the opportunistic investments. The investments that have been made there in total returned just over 66% last year. And then just concluding with the more granular look at each of the underlying categories of funds. The Permanent Mineral Trust Fund had a 21.6% net return last year. That was about 0.5% better than its benchmark. The 70-30 reference portfolio we also list here, you might recall that was recently changed in statute. This is effectively now the sort of maximum level of risk is not to exceed this portfolio. And you can see the 70-30 returned about 26.3% last year. The income focused funds, Common School Permanent Land Fund, 16%. That's good relative performance. You can see though here that the impact that the income focus is having on the total level of total returns by comparing that to the returns for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. And over the past 5 years, that is now about 1% per year return difference between those funds. The Workers' Compensation Fund, a very solid year there, both in terms of the level of return as well as the level of return above the benchmark. The LISRA, similarly, good year last year, 10.7%, largely driven by the longer term reserve portion of that, which was up 34% last year. Pool A, 12.3, well ahead of its benchmark, and state agency pool, which is a mix of ladder treasuries and some short-term cash equivalents, 0.2, roughly in line with its benchmark last year. I will stop there, Mr. Chairman, and that's sort of the high-level points I would point out, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Josh. I'll note it's been a great market, but you all have performed better than the market. So congratulations. That's great. Any questions, comments? I note that the number you gave right off the start was about 1/5 of what the whole portfolio was when I took office. So I think that reflects enormous growth, and so thank you. Josh, I don't see any questions here. Do you want to go through the alternative investment disclosure?
Mr. Chairman, that we provided that as supplemental information. I don't know that I add a lot of value by reading those numbers to you, but if you have questions, I would be happy to answer them.
And the only point I'd make is that you're still probably a month out from final numbers at least.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Treasurer, there always was a sort of a late reporter to that. Do you know, is everything going to be kind of on time this year? It was always a little bit of a rush to get those alternative investment numbers by November.
Well, I think there's always that rush, Mr. Chairman, and they always lag a little bit, but you know, I think I don't see anything that's going to be any extraordinary lag. Yeah.
Thanks.
One thing I'd mention is on the 70-30 there, you know, it's going to take us quite a while to get everything implemented. So I expect us to lag in that performance perhaps a little bit, you know, with as we roll those that change in the asset allocations out, and even after we get it out, there's still going to be at least one standard deviation point, I think, higher in the 70/30 than what we're investing at. So we're still, I guess, trying to get the same amount of turn with less risk. And that's the goal, and I think it's on track after we get the implementation to maybe even outperform a riskier reference portfolio. So that's the goal.
Thanks. Mr. Fleming, I just want to congratulate you and your team. I know there are so many things that have been changing over the last few years that I'm glad we talk about performance, and I'm glad the performance is great. But we've been trying to pull our socks up the whole time, and so thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just one thing on what the treasurer commented on that risk-adjusted return. And this is a slide that RVK has put together. But if you could turn to, is that page 9 on the Sharpe ratio of the 70/30 portfolio? And this is, as you all know, in the IPS, our risk-adjusted return is our number one focus. Clearly, we're not benched or we're focusing on the 70/30, which has much more volatility and so forth. But I think this one slide is just so important when people look at the return of a 70/30 when they don't understand the volatility that's associated with it. And so this really highlights, and I have to give you all credit and the IFC credit for focusing on these type of things. So, clearly the last couple, this 100% return that the stock market has had from the COVID bottom caused that little blip. But as you can see on the risk-adjusted return, which is our number one priority, our portfolio has done extremely well.
And I'd echo that. The problem, and Josh, I don't know if you have any perspective on this, sort of being aware of the evolution of the portfolio from 2000 to today, you're really looking at apples and oranges in a way. And the behaviors back in the 2000s, and I know, Mr. Treasurer, you remember that because you were in the legislature at the time, compared to what's happening today, it is remarkable. And I want to congratulate the whole crew for what they've been able to accomplish.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Patrick gave us a brief update on the update of the Craig report yesterday, and I think we're gonna hit our I guess spending policy and put some in reserve. Is that right, Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, that is correct. That there will not be a need for both of the 5% policies have been hit. And as the treasurer alluded to, the best part of it is the reserve accounts will be increased, I think, on the tune of around $15 and $70 million in both the common school and permanent middle trust. So that's great news when we can get those reserve accounts building when the market is done. Make hay while the sun shines, as they say.
Oh, and again, congratulations. But I think, Mr. Treasurer, I think one of the points you always made back in those early 2000s is that the commodity influence we had with the return off of coal, et cetera, really was bolstering a lot of the growth in the funds. And now what you've been able to do, what this team's been able to do, and I think overall, I'll take a little bit of credit too, but not much. Really, it's been you. I just, now this portfolio is really an engine for the state. So congrats.
And the stuff that Patrick's been doing on the opportunistic thing, kind of inching our way into it, but he's made some, and the team has put together some really good opportunities in the opportunistic fund. And so I think that's just something that's just starting to really show some promise and some results, and I'm really optimistic myself that's going to be a larger part of our success story.
Fantastic, thanks. Madam Director, I have a request for just a brief break so we can shuffle around. So, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda are the H matters, which are the mineral royalty grant matters. The first matter is H1, to consider one application for a Chapter 3 emergency mineral royalty grant for the Fremont County Fire Protection District in Riverton, Wyoming. The district is requesting $250,000 in emergency grant funding to address a funding shortfall to build a new fire station. You may recall that at the June 16th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, the district requested and was awarded $750,000 in regular MRG funds to assist with this fire station construction project. However, due to circumstances beyond the district's control, such as COVID-19, the volatile building supply prices, and supply availability, additional funding is needed. The project is expected to cost 30% more than the original estimate. When the project was actually bid, costs came in $450,576 over the estimates and available funding. This current request of $250,000 plus the previously awarded $750,000 is equal to 51% of the total project costs. The remaining 49% matching funds will come from the district's reserves. OSLI staff has reviewed this project and believes the district project is a good project, but unfortunately it fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required by the program. The definition of emergency means that it must alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. While 2 of the 3 reviewing sister agencies recommended funding the district request, unfortunately, we're concerned about the fact that a true emergency does not exist here. And so therefore, we are recommending that the board deny the Fremont County Fire Protection District application for $250,000 in emergency MRG funding. And Mr. Chairman, I do have Beth Blackwell here again, if I've missed anything, Beth, or if we have questions, she's here to assist with those.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, anything more to add? Any questions for the staff? Hearing none, Mr. Bump, I think Mr. Bump is not here. It is Mr. Crowder. Mr. Crowder, I believe we have Craig Haslam having raised his hand. Mr. Haslam, you may have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Governor, sorry. Technology. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to bring it before you, and I guess would just like to answer any questions that you might have. It's something that a project that we are going forward with. However, due to the fact that with the fire seasons that we've been having lately, we are concerned with the fact that we're depleting our reserves in order to complete the project, and we're hoping to acquire more funding if possible. So with that, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Haslam. Are there any questions for Mr. Haslam? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, just a second. It looks like you're going from a 2-bay to a 6-bay fire hall. Is that what I see here?
Well, it's actually a 3-bay, but they are stacked double. So yes, I guess it would be a 6-bay, and it's the current fire hall that we're in is roughly 3-bay that and we've been able to stack trucks in there. We actually damaged one of the trucks here a while back, and that's why we're needing to have this project completed. And then for firefighter safety also.
So what's the capacity you can get? Can you get 6 trucks in your current facility, but they're just tight?
No, we cannot get 6 in there. We're actually, one of the trucks is housed at our headquarters right down in Riverton right now. And then it's been up at one of our firefighters' ranches during the summer. And so that's how we're able to do it right now. And then, like I say, just the tight quarters is a large concern in firefighter safety.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Haslam. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions? Further questions? Mr. Haslam, I really appreciate you being available. I want to assure you that as we go into this year with budget requests and so on, I'll certainly bear this in mind if this is not successful today. I think our needs in firefighting certainly have stepped up over the last several years, and it is a topic that I'm going to bring to the attention of the legislature, and also there may be some latitude that they afford me on these kinds of matters. But what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
giving support and affirmation to the comments that you just made, I would move the director's recommendation to deny the Fremont County Fire Protection District application for $250,000 in emergency MRG funding to address a funding shortfall to build a new Battalion 6 Crowheart Fire Station.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there support for that motion?
I would second that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The motion's been made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just echo your comments and the superintendent's comments. These are just really tough situations for everybody all the way around. And I think I can safely say it really is hard for us to say no to very worthy projects. And you need to recognize that this motion today doesn't reflect the fact that you need resources to do the job that you do, and we appreciate what you do. Unfortunately, we have statutory guidance that really ties our hands on the emergency side of MRG. So we hope to see you again and help you move forward in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further comments?
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer.
Just more of a question. The ARPA or whatever funds, can they be, I guess the state can use those to go back into and I guess reimburse and put money back in the general fund. Can we do that to put money back into the emergency grant thing or not?
So, Mr. Treasurer, that's very much front and center in the discussions we're having. And you may remember that the legislature was gracious in sort of extending a number of the pieces of legislation on CARES and then also giving some latitude for ARPA with a limitation on that. And so that is front and center in our mind. Regardless, I think the legislature will have a cut at it during the budget session too. So.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Haslund. Next matter, H2.
We haven't voted. We didn't vote.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman,
we
we
haven't
need to
voted.
vote, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to H2, to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of Edgerton, Wyoming. The town's requesting $363,149 in emergency grant funding to address a failing water main and the associated damage to the street. The request is for 100% of the total project cost and includes replacing approximately 950 feet of 6-inch asbestos cement water line and the associated damage to the roadway, curbs, and gutters. In October 2020, the town noticed failures in the road surface along Cottonwood Street, which is one of only 2 streets that extend the entire length of the town. It soon became evident that failures seen on the surface were the results of leaks from the water line under the roadway. Since October, repairs have been made multiple times to the water line. However, the existing water line is asbestos cement. Therefore, as leaks are repaired in the aging line, other weakened areas fail. 2 locations have been repaired extensively, along with repairs to a manhole that was adjacent to one of the leak areas. The concern is a catastrophic failure of the water line on Cottonwood Street would negatively affect adjacent parts of the water system, potentially resulting in additional problems. Traditional construction methods of replacing asbestos cement pipes consist of abandoning the lines in place without coming into contact with the pipe. However, in the event of a catastrophic blowout, when the pipe is exposed, the pipe must be removed, and that pipe can't simply be cut and hauled off due due to the presence of asbestos, and parts to repair water lines are typically not readily available. In the event of a catastrophic failure, residents would be without water service in this area, and there may be town access issues due to damage. The concern is that this may become another Town of Claremont situation. The Wyoming Water Development Office reviewed the application and believes the project meets the definition of an emergency. However, DEQ did not believe the situation posed an emergency. OSLI staff has analyzed the application and believes the town's project is a good project and meets the definition of emergency because the funding of the application will alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. Therefore, we are recommending the board approve the town of Edgerton's application for $363,149 in emergency MRG funding to address the failing water main and the associated street damage along Cottonwood, with the hope that this does not become another Town of Claremont situation. And with that, Ms. Blackwell, have I left anything out? Okay, thank you.
Any questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? Mr. Secretary.
What was DEQ's alternative or suggested plan, or was there? Or? Good morning.
Your microphone may be off. Thanks.
My bad. Mr. Secretary, Chairman, we didn't have an alternative plan. I guess when I looked at this in reviewing it, I guess the schedule that they had promoted for actually repairing the street next spring, along with the fact that, at least in my opinion, there was no immediate health or safety. I mean, the roadway being damaged is one thing, and I get that. I guess I didn't see it as imminent health and safety at this point. Not that it couldn't fail, and they do have a valid point that if it were to blow out completely, yes, you have a situation. But I guess their schedule that they had promoted for next spring, to me, indicated that there is some time to fix it. So again, if the board chooses, that it is an emergency and the other agencies have deemed so, I have no problem with that. But like I said, the schedule to me indicated that it wasn't as imminent an emergency as had been indicated.
And just for the record, would you identify?
Oh, sorry, Bill Tillman with DEQ.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Further questions for the staff? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, for the staff, is that, so they want the money now, and are we gonna have any regular, I guess, we will, before next spring, we'll have another meeting of the board, won't we, next January?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, unfortunately, due to the limited funds that are in the MRG pot this biennium, last February, the board canceled this past June's meeting as well as this next meeting that would have happened in February. So the next regularly scheduled MRG meeting for regular funding wouldn't be until June of 2022. Applications for that meeting are due in February of 2022. At this point, we just don't know what will be available to award at that meeting, given we don't know what emergencies will come and that we will need to fund between now and then.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at it that if we, so we're not going to meet again until next June in our regular meetings. Huh. And we put everything in the same pot of our mineral grants in one pot, and we're looking at it all as emergencies only.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, at this point, what staff recommendation to the board was previous this year was due to the limited funds. We had that first meeting in January and funded as many projects as we could with the intention of leaving the remaining funds in the pot to address any emergencies that may come to the board, and then giving the remainder of the funds away at that final June meeting at the end of the biennium. That way, we hopefully will have sufficient funds, excuse me, to address any emergencies that were to come to the board. It's just a function of the limited funding that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I would point out that there is some hope, this certainly, to your earlier question, Mr. Treasurer, that this, if there is infrastructure money to come our way, it would certainly seem appropriate to use that sort of funding to try to backfill, depending on the limitations. But that is certainly one of the things we're looking at. So any questions further for the staff? If there are none, I see Representative Sweeney. Representative Sweeney, nice to have you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Treasurer or Governor?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. So this is clearly in my district, and we've got a multitude of problems, as you're all aware, with our small towns, trying to keep them going. And I think in the application, number 4, and describe your financial need in mention of this project, and I'll just quote, a project of this size would seriously deplete our resources, easily wiping out over 1/2 of the entire town's net worth. With the limited revenues we receive due to the size of our population at this time, we are on a very tight budget and would be completely unable to build back any assets anytime in the foreseeable future. And this isn't rare, as you all know, across the state, but the county has tried and looked at different pots and possibilities, and I appreciate the governor bringing up the fact on the infrastructure. I think those are potential sources depending on what restrictions are placed on us, but I would ask your favorable view on this. They really don't have other sources. We are trying diligently through the county, and of course with Casper has voted in favor, Edgerton, Midwest, and Evansville on a 6 cent, which hopefully we can get passed. And part of that is the main water supply to the Salt Creek district, to replace about 14 miles, which of that pipe on a 6 cent. So it's not like they've buried their head in the sand, and I just ask your favorable consideration for this project in Edgerton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative, any questions for Representative Sweeney? Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Sweeney, just a quick question. Has there been any conversations about potentially tapping into the ARPA funding received by Natrona County for projects such as this and similar ones in the small towns within Natrona County? It looks like they got about 15.5 million.
So my understanding is that they did look at that, but I don't have, and if Mayor King is online, he may know better than I. And to be honest with you, I did not discuss that with Chairman Bartolio before this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mayor, Mayor King, if you're online, maybe we'll ask you a question at some point, but I wanted to, any further questions for Representative Sweeney? Hearing none, Mr. Mayor. I think you may be muted.
There.
There you are.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. This is Mayor King of the town of Edgerton. I'd like to thank Representative Sweeney for his input on this matter. We are at this point in danger of damaging a large length of water line on Cottonwood Street because of previous leaks that have washed out the soil underneath, and with traffic going over it, we're seeing several sinkholes developing, and it's becoming a hazard both for commuting and endangering the water line itself. And at this point, I just feel that this is something that warrants approval from your board, and I would certainly appreciate anything you can do to help this town with this matter. I realize, just like we are, your funding is limited and our funding is very limited, but your assistance would be gratefully appreciated. And anything you can do for us at this point, I would certainly appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll ask the same question. Natrona County received about 15.5 million that they're sitting on in ARPA funding, and this is a project that very likely would qualify under the guidelines of that funding. And I was just curious if there's been any conversations with the county about potentially helping out with this project.
I have had conversations with Chairman Bertoglio, and at this point, I still have no positive response of any kind from the county.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be safe to say, Mr. Mayor, that you might continue to try to see if they can use some of these funds? Recognizing, the limitations that we have, and I think you've heard the earlier conversation that we really don't have the same pool of funds we've had before, and that's changed sort of the methodology that we've gone and we do, and you're sitting on one. We recognize that emergencies can happen. Town of Claremont lost its water supply not long ago. Manderson's had those issues before. I grew up in KC, not far from your wonderful town, where I visited several times, and I know the challenges that exist because you just described them. So is it possible that you can continue to pursue that, and to whatever degree they can help meet this? And I guess this is both for you and for the staff. If there are leftover funds, they can come back. Ms. Blackwell, who's indicating yes.
Well, I would definitely be willing to make contact again and keep in contact with the county and try to acquire anything that they can give us to help us out with this situation. Just that they have so many irons in the fire right now, we're kind of low on their priority of getting to us, I think, is the reason I haven't heard from them, but I will be getting in contact with them again and trying to encourage them to dig down and see what they can find to help us out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, really appreciate that. Further questions? If there are none, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the director's recommendation to approve Town of Edgerton's application for $363,149 in emergency MRG funding to address failing water main associated street damage on Cottonwood Street.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Representative Sweeney.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to matter H3, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of Cokeville, Wyoming. The town's requesting $374,000 in emergency MRG funding to help fund a replacement water well. The request is equal to 50% of the total project costs and will match previously awarded funding from the Water Development Office. The town has 2 wells that supply water for the community. During the summer of 2020, one of the wells tested positive for E. coli. As a result, EPA issued an administrative order and instructed the town to issue a boil order and conduct multiple bacteria tests until repetitive tests were negative. A July 10th, 2020 sample indicated the well was influenced by surface water and that the well could no longer be used without significant treatment. EPA closed the administrative order, declared the well under the influence of surface water, and gave the town until February of 2022 to replace the well or construct a mechanical treatment plant. The town researched the cost of a mechanical plant, but determined that replacement of the well in a different location was the most economic solution. In the short term, the town is operating under just one well. OSLI staff has reviewed the town of Cokeville's application and believes the town's project is a good project and meets the definition of an emergency. Under the program, the Department of Environmental Quality, Water Quality Division, and the Water Development Office have also reviewed the application and concur that the situation represents an emergency. So we are recommending the board approve the town of Cokeville's application for $374,000 in emergency MRG funding to drill a new well, build a well house, and install piping to connect to the existing water system.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, anything to add? Any questions for the staff? Any questions? Hearing none, is someone from the town of Cokeville present? I have the Cokeville Town Clerk indicated on my list. I think the floor is yours.
Hey, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
This is Demont Grandy. I'm a town council man, and I'm over the water and the sewer for the town. We also have Jody here, the town clerk, and we have another councilwoman here today with us. So there's 3 of us here, and then we have our town engineer, Todd Hurd, who works for Forsgren. And yeah, right now we're kind of in a dire situation here. We've only got one well that works, and we're having to water people in town every other day for their lawns, and they only get to water from 5 to 11 in the morning and 5 to 11 in the afternoon. So we have some stressed citizens because Cokeville's known for its beautiful yards and the town overall, the city. And so people's been really stressed. So council people and mayor has taken some heat over this, but the only way we can do it. And so that second well is really important to us. And it will be a serious problem, you know, if when the DEQ or EPA, we're under EPA in the because they've got primacy here for the state of Wyoming. I've worked with this type of stuff for 46 years now. I've worked for NRCS for 37 years and worked for the Conservation District for 9. So I understand the DEQ and EPA. I've worked with them a lot over the years. So I don't think we're going to be able to do anything different. We've asked Forsgren and they have contacted Ben Jordan, which is well-known geologist, works out of Laramie, to look into our well situation. And Ben has given us the best advice he felt is that we should come down here in town and drill a well, which would save us money because our transportation line, water transportation line from the springs down to the tanks is old. It's in the 1970s was built. We know there's leaks in it, so it's better to come down and then run the water up through existing line up to the tanks. So it's serious down here. I don't know much more than what we've come up with that we could do anything different. Todd, do you want to add anything? You on the deal with us, Todd? He might be having problems getting unmuted. But Teresa and I and Jody can try to answer any questions you might have. Sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, a couple of questions on your fix there. Are you going to go into a different aquifer with your new well than the one you have? And I'm just curious as how deep you think it's going to be.
Yeah, we'll be going into a different aquifer because we're about 3 miles down out of the aquifer up there is probably somewhere around Pine Creek aquifer, but we'll be down here in an aquifer. And in order so we don't have problems with surrounding irrigation wells, we're probably going to be about 400 feet deep. So we don't have that conflict that could occur because we'll be a junior well.
All right, okay, well, that's good because I know Torrington, they had a couple of wells that were drilled in town, but I think they were shallower and they had nitrates going in from the lawn fertilizer. So I know how you guys like your lawns up there. You probably put a lot of fertilizer on them too. So I'm glad you're going down 400 feet. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Ben is very good geologist. I've worked in the state with a lot of geologists with my work at the DC for some 31 years. And yeah, he's well qualified. So we've talked this over, kicked it around a lot. It's a good question. And you're right. But I don't want to have any influence from surface water. I've learned a lesson on that well up there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. And thinking of the Torrington wells, I think also making sure they're above floodplain is also critical. Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I guess the director recommended this, the director's rec for the emergency mineral royalty grant for the town of Cokeville.
I can't hear somebody giving us a question.
There we go. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec for the emergency mineral grant for the town of Cokeville for the replacement well. And I don't have it right in front of me, but it's up 374,000 and change. Yep.
Second.
Been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations. We'll come and look at your lawns.
Yeah, we appreciate your consideration there and helping us out, people. And it's a very serious situation, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to K1, and I will yield the floor to the treasurer's office as this is a Board of Deposits matter.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
This is the same thing that we do when we get to this time of the day, and it's the approval of the time deposit, open account, interest rate. And basically, we've got a floor of 0.25 basis points, and that's or 0.25% interest. So that's what I would move the approval for, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, kind of as a side note for informational purposes only, is that our office has been asked by the legislature to look at a possibility at doing some investment on the federal funds coming in. And when we get a better idea what that might be, I'm going to see whether the banks have any appetite to doing something like the TDOA program, because we've got a floor here of 25 basis points, and it could be that might be actually higher than what we could get in U.S. Treasuries. So just going to do a little bit of sleuthing to see whether or not that's a possibility. So, And a possibility is whether or not we can, our office can do it
Yeah.
by rule, so, yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the treasurer on that matter? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board today. And so, oh, I thought you voted on it. Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have unanimous.
Yep. it was
Unless I
unanimous.
imagined that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll just give me a minute, we'll transition to the Board of Land Commissioners.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to take just a quick break now? Because we imagine.
Yes, please.
That's a yes, please? All right, so let's take, what time is it? Let's try to get back here around 11:15.
Christie, we're
Thanks.
here in this land
See the treasurer coming back in. I see the auditors back. We're all back in session, so I guess for the record, we're all here and we can convene the Board of Land Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners is approval of the minutes from the June 3rd, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any desire by the board? Certainly entertain a motion to pass the minutes or to correct them if there are corrections to be made.
Mr. Chairman, I move passage of the June 3rd, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners minutes.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. There is a second. And we'll call for the vote now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided you and the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything further to add at this time, but we have staff here and would stand for questions if the board has any.
Thank you, Madam Director. Are there any questions for the staff on the matters behind tab B? Hearing none, thank you very much for providing these. We'll proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to offer a proposed consent list if you would so desire.
That would be terrific. Thank you, Madam Director. Hearing no
Okay.
objections from the board.
The following appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list: D1 through D9, E1 through E7, F1 through F11, G1 through G3, I1 through I4.
Thank you. Members of the board, you have heard the proposed consent list, items D1 through D9, E1 through E7, F1 through F11, G1 through G3, and I1 through I4. Is there any desire to propose that consent list?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that we place the aforementioned items on the consent list for further consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. We have a consent list, and I would entertain a motion to approve the director's recommendations on the matters on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the C matters, which are the policy matters. We'll start with C1, which is to consider adoption of regular rule for Chapter 4, the grazing and agricultural leasing. This has to do with vacant leasing. OSLI has historically offered vacant lands for grazing and agricultural lease pursuant to an internal process that is not written in policy, rule, or statute. While we have maintained consistency with our process, legal challenges have recently called into question perhaps OSLI's interpretation and application of the guidance set forth in Wyoming Statute 36-5-105, particularly with respect to the preference described in subsection B of that statute. On April 9th, 2020, the board directed OSLI to draft rules addressing the leasing of vacant land and the application of the vacant land preference. On October 1st, 2020, the board authorized OSLI to begin the regular rulemaking process with amendments to the proposed rules. The rulemaking process was then delayed during the 2021 general session, wherein the 66th legislature of the state of Wyoming passed Senate File 114, which was Senate Enrolled Act number 54, which sought to clarify the vacant land leasing process within the statute 36-5-105B. On April 6, 2021, Senate Enrolled Act number 54 was vetoed by Governor Gordon due to concerns that the legislation apparently diminished the board's discretion within its inherent decision-making authority, which is contrary to the intent of the board's constitutional duties. On June 3rd, 2021, the board acted to rescind its October 1st, 2020 authorization to OSLI to begin the rulemaking process related to vacant leasing and directed us to take up anew the regular rulemaking process with an updated version of the proposed rules. Again, at the heart of the rulemaking process, the board has indicated the need to clarify the purposes of vacant land leasing's application of the preference identified in 365105B. OSLI has historically interpreted that subsection A of that statute to be read before subsection B, thus leasing in a manner as shall inure to the greatest benefit of the state land trust beneficiaries. In most cases, the highest monetary offer does inure to the greatest benefit. Historically, we applied the preference in B if two or more qualified applicants submitted equal monetary offers in order to determine which applicant would be awarded the lease. The proposed Chapter 4 rules that are attached as Board Matter C1 in this meeting puts in place a necessary administrative framework to detail the process of offering and awarding vacant lands for grazing and agricultural lease that inures to the greatest benefit of the state trust land beneficiaries and clarifies when an eligible applicant is afforded a preference in the leasing process by allowing the party eligible for the preference to compete with other applicants by entering a subsequent bid process. When conflicting applications are received and one party is entitled to a preference, then all conflicting applicants are entitled to submit a final bid unless the party who qualifies for the preference is the highest bidder. This process ensures that the preference is applied in all vacant land leasing situations first, but the ultimate result will be awarded to the highest bidder or in a manner that inures to the greatest benefit of the state land trust beneficiaries. If conflicting applications are received but no applicant is entitled to the preference, the rules require the director to consider the rental offered and other attributes that inure to the greatest benefit of the trust beneficiaries when issuing the director's decision. We have advertised for public comment the proposed rule for the requisite 45 days ending July 26, 2021. Once the public comment period began, we ensured that a copy of the proposed rule was supplied directly to the co-chairman of the Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee. During the comment period, just one comment was received. It was from Wyoming Stock Growers Association. I will yield the floor now to Deputy Director Crowder to go through the comment letter from stock growers. And again, that we recommend that the board adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 4 Grazing and Agricultural Leasing.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr.
Yeah,
Treasurer,
before we go to Jason, I just wanted some clarification. You used the word entitled to describe the preference right. I thought we went qualified in the rules.
Jason, I would defer to you on that one. I'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we do use the word qualified within the rules. Yeah. And further, Mr. Chairman, to clarify the comments we've received through the public comment period, which was open for 47 days, we did, as the director mentioned, only receive one comment from the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. And inside their comments, they largely request clarification within rule of how the current statute reads, which is 365105B. We feel that it would be more appropriate to write the rules to how the existing statute reads, and should the legislature provide us clarification, we would match the rules at that point and amend them to the clarification the legislature provides. So at this time, based on the comments from the Stock Growers Association, we do not recommend any changes to the draft set of rules.
And Deputy, if I remember correctly, there were two comments in the stock growers letter, and you're really addressing the second comment, are you not?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. There were two categories of comments, I suppose. One was related to the how the statute reads, and the second was related to how the office uses temporary use permits to allow grazing in certain instances, and that maybe that should be clarified more in rule rather than just common practice of the office. Our response to that is that we do utilize temporary use permits for grazing in specific situations, and that's to address short-term grazing activities for forage reduction purposes, fire mitigation, livestock trailing, and to temporarily assist grazing operations. And in that last point, we do have situations where grazing leases are not renewed because applicants miss certain timing parameters that are clearly given to us within statute, and we must not renew a lease if they miss those timing deadlines. So in that interim period of time, while that lease has been not renewed and we can move it into a vacant land leasing process, we understand that there are expected grazing practices to occur within these operations, and we'll give them a very short-term permit while the office is going through that vacant land leasing advertisement and awarding process.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Crowder.
sorry, we didn't feel like we needed to change the vacant land leasing rules to match that practice.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Are there any questions for Mr. Crowder, our Director Scoggin? Hearing none, I see Executive Director Executive Vice President Jim McGagna is online. Jim, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Appreciate this opportunity, and I want to express our appreciation for the consideration that the Office of State Lands gave to the comments we submitted. Just in general, our objective with these comments was the hope that, and realize this was challenging, but that the concerns we have with the current processes and frankly with some of what's been proposed could be addressed through the rulemaking process so that we might avoid the need to go back to the Wyoming legislature and perhaps repeat some of the what at times became cumbersome process that we went through last year on this issue. So that was the purpose of our comments, realizing that perhaps in some ways we were stretching the intent of the statute, but we felt that our requested changes could fit within that parameter. In the interest of your time today, I'd like to just briefly address two of our comments and the response from the Office of State Lands to those. And the one has to do with our comments on Section 6C1, and in particular, our second comment with regard to actual necessary use. And this is more of just a technical matter, but in the office's response to us, they state that Wyoming statutes 365105C and 365108 speak to renewal of existing grazing agricultural leases and do not contain this phrase. In fact, Mr. Chairman, as I read the statute, 105C with regards to renewing existing leases, in fact, does contain with just a slight word difference, but virtually the same phrase. It talks about having a actual necessary use for the land and the forage. So I would, that's simply a correction to that comment that I would offer from our perspective. And I'm very familiar with the history that led to the insertion of that provision into both 105B and 105C. And I feel that the way that the rule is being proposed now does not honor that intent of the legislature when they inserted that phrase back in the, as I recall, the early 90s, and perhaps that needs to be addressed again legislatively. The second comment I would have, Mr. Chairman, is over at the bottom of page 4-1 in the office response to the comments dealing with section 6 C little I, or 3 little I. And it says, in the event one or more applicants qualify for the preference as determined by the director in C1, and one applicant qualified for the preference is not the high bidder, the director shall request a final bid from all of the conflicting applicants in a manner as directed or via live by sealed bid or via live auction. Two comments there, Mr. Chairman. First of all, if there's only, it says one or more, if there's only one applicant and that applicant is the high bid or meets the high bid, then I see no reason why we're going back to another process of a second round of bidding. Why we aren't just providing that applicant the opportunity to meet the high bid, and if they do so, to award them the lease. So that is to us very confusing. If there's more than one applicant who qualifies for the preference, then our view is that you go back out to those applicants who qualify for the preference for a second round of bids. And in order to be successful, they would have to, at a minimum, match the high of all bids that have been submitted. As I'm reading this, we're proposing that if there are two or more qualified applicants for the preference, we go back out to all applicants for a new round of bids. And we don't believe that is appropriate. And finally, my final comment on that section is that we are opposed to a live bid process. Our members are used to going to cattle sales and doing live bids, but we think for something of this nature, that a live bidding process is inappropriate. For some of our younger producers who are trying to get established, not used to this, I think there's a risk and a temptation that they get involved in a heated bidding process and may bid more than what they're later able to sustain over the next 10 years. And we think that a repetition as needed of a written bidding process will lead to more thoughtful bids that can really represent and reflect the ability of the bidders to live up to the terms and conditions of the lease if it's awarded to them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGagna. Board, I think the 3 points that were made are interesting. I don't know if you want to ask generally or take one at a time to just sort of look through them a little more carefully, or what is your pleasure? One at a time, Auditor. So Mr. McGagna's point, and I guess I'm going to refer to legal counsel on this a bit is, and Mr. McGagna, correct me if I'm wrong, this is section C of 36.5.101, is that correct? Or 105, I'm sorry.
105, yes, that's correct.
105. And I do not have that in front of us. I'd like to perhaps see what the language is, if that's all right with the board. Is that okay? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to understand, the question is, what is the language of 36.5.105 subsection C?
And Mr. McGagna, if you just restate what your comment was, and then we can sort of look at what that language is.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, and what my reference was to the fact that 105B says having actual necessary use for the land. In the response, the office said that C and 108 do not contain this phrase. And if I might quote for you from the statute, 105C contains the phrase, a qualified applicant who has actual and necessary use for the land and available forage. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not suggesting that this necessarily changes what board's action today, but I'm simply pointing out that I think that is an incorrect statement from our perspective in the response, saying that it's not contained in C.
Thank you, Mr. McGagna.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGagna's, it's correct that statement is in subsection C as it relates to the preferred right to renew for current lessees. But the context of that statement is the applicant who is a holder of an expiring lease shall have the preferred right to renew such lease by meeting the highest bid offered by another qualified applicant who has actual and necessary use. So that the language in that subsection is referring to another qualified applicant who has actual and necessary use, not necessarily the preference or in that instance, the existing lessee who has that preferred right to renew, if that helps clarify at all.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, in reading some of the stuff that I think that we got from the department, wasn't there, I guess, an assertion that that all applicants have a certain duty to fulfill anyway, or certain areas, and I think they're restated in rules, but I think we necessarily didn't need to restate those, and I'm wondering, I want to get back to that area and see whether necessary and actual use was part of those things. I know there's a residency requirement, and I think a few different things, but if you refresh my memory, so. But I guess that the statutory interpretation in there, that one section necessarily wouldn't lead to adopting something that was in another section, because you have different classifications of land. You got vacant lands, and you have non-vacant lands, and so the non-vacant lands that are just a renewal of a lease, those provisions really don't apply to the vacant lands, and I think that's what we're trying to work on, is just the vacant lands at this time, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. The proposed amendments only relate to the leasing of vacant lands.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted the three things there. I've got two of them here written down. I didn't write all of them down. I had the match and the life bid. Was the other one this necessary lands, and those are the three issues that we've got, or?
Yeah, we have, essentially what I'm referring to is the going back out to bid on a qualified pool and then the live bid. But I wanted to stay on this language of actual and necessary use. Auditor, are you leaning forward?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to attempt to ignorantly restate the problem and see if I get it correct, if Mr. Magagna could help me out. Mr. Magagna, is your concern that the proposed rule implies that actual and necessary use now is a preference versus a basic bar that everyone has to meet?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racines, yes, that is our understanding of what the legislature intended. Whether they successfully stated that or not, I'm sure we could discuss that. But the reason that was added to the statute is because we started to see a practice of anti-grazing groups stepping up and bidding against leases with the idea that they would acquire those and then not graze them if they were a successful bidder, bidding higher amounts for them. And this was a response to that, to say that just like if you lease state oil and gas interests, you're expected to have an intent to develop those interests. That if you lease state lands for grazing or agricultural purposes, you're entitled to have an expectation that the successful lessee is going to, under normal circumstances, use those lands for that purpose. If they aren't, then they should be made available to another applicant who does need and intend to use them for that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
And my take on this is under 365105B, when we just lease vacant lands, they have a preference in all cases given to applicants, and among other things, having actual necessary use for the land. So when you get to the situation in C where you have an expiring lease, the person who had it already met the criteria of having actual necessary use for the land. And so as Mr. Peters pointed out, I feel like where you see in C, where it says another qualified applicant who has actual necessary use for the land, that's a qualifier for another person who's coming in with a higher bid, so that the owner, the person who already had it, already had to use the land and had the actual necessary use. It's just qualifying that if somebody comes in with a bigger bid when the lease expires, that just the highest bid doesn't win the day. They also have to have an actual necessary use. And so I don't know if that helps Mr. Magagna or if I'm wrong on that, but
So, Mr. Secretary, your presumption, basically, it is a presumption that if you've already had the lease, you had actual and necessary use. Is that more or
yes,
less
sir.
what you're saying?
Because in B, the preferences in all cases are given to, you have all the qualifications, but also you have to have actual necessary use for the land. So that's where I get that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Superintendent doesn't have a comment. Mr. Crowder, any color you want to offer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Peters. When we wrote the response, we were coming at it from the perspective of vacant leasing. It is in subsection C, which does talk about existing leases, and as the Secretary mentioned, that is how we manage that when we have expiring leases and we have conflicting bids. We look at it in that manner. But I do believe we just simply looked at it from one sole perspective and didn't broadly write a comment in response to the stock growers' comment that would address everything. But we agree with everybody, including Mr. Magagna, that the purpose and the intent of the legislature when they inserted that provision is exactly how he stated, and that is how we manage it within the office.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Director Scoggin, any other comment on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe Deputy Director Crowder has stated our position.
Thank you. Mr. Peters?
No additional color, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Magagna, does that, I'm cognizant of the need to establish a record here. So I'm wondering if we have met some of your the considerations that brought that comment.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you have in reading it very narrowly. I mean, I view it as an incomplete answer. Regarding the broader issue that Secretary of State raised, this is where I think we run into a real challenge with the current statute. It's very unclear to us whether the way the language on having a actual necessary use was inserted into the section B dealing with vacant lands. It's very difficult to tell whether the intent of the legislature was that was an absolute qualification or that provided a preference. And our view is that should be an absolute qualification. And I can certainly acknowledge that in order to assure that, we may need to go back to the legislature and have that clarified.
Thank you. Madam Auditor, you're looking like you're thinking.
Mr. Chairman, and I think I agree with everything Mr. McGagnon just said because it does not state that clearly. However, I do have one question about the proposed rules. And I'm looking at page 4.1, section 6. And this is under C, Romanet 1, letter A. And I see where that Romanet 1 says, in the event the office receives conflicting applications, the director shall determine if the applicant qualifies for the preference as described by, 36.5.105B by considering the following two things, A and B. And A, is the applicant a bona fide resident citizen of the state of Wyoming qualified under the provisions of 36.5.101? And I guess my question for OSLI or council, that is, I think that is not a preference, that's not a preference of question. If they don't meet A, they're not even, they shouldn't, their application shouldn't even make it that far. Is that, but I might be reading that incorrectly. So I see where Mr. McGagnon's point is, letter B really talks about, here we're considering, do they have a preference or not? Where A, they shouldn't even meet the bar of an application if they don't meet A, yet it is put under, we're going to figure out if they have a preference by considering if they're a, bona fide resident of the state of Wyoming qualified to do business. Question mark.
So, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the language in subsection 6C, Romanet 1, and then subsection A that you were referring to, that was taken directly from the statute, 36.5.105B. And that provides preference in all cases shall be given to, and then it lists the requirements. And the intent of the rule is simply to list those requirements that are expressly listed in the statute. And that does include applicants who are bona fide resident citizens of the state qualified under the provisions of 36.5.101. So the intent of the rule was to mirror the statutory language.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're all just going in circles where we want the statute to be a little bit more clear.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering, as I listen to Mr. McGagnon's interpretation and concerns, and agree on many levels, B really has two things that are decoupled that we're trying to make the same in B. So having actual and necessary use is really quite different than being a legal entity authorized to transact business. Would it be prudent or possible to add a C that says having actual and necessary use for the land, so that it decouples those two ideas, but still carries maybe what I would say was legislative intent? And I guess I'm asking you, as well as Mr. McGagnon, to see if that possibly changes it too much or not enough, or?
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Peters, I'll go to you, and then I'll go to Mr. McGagnon. My own view on this, just Superintendent, is that I understand what you're suggesting, but I do think it's a qualifier to the authorized to transact business and being a legal entity. But Mr. Peters.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just reviewing the language in the statute again. And And the question is really whether it's a qualifier to the first portion of the statute, whether it's bona fide resident citizens of the state having actual necessary use, whether it's a qualifier to the second, a legal entity authorized to transact business in the state having actual and necessary use, or a qualifier to both, I think is really the question when reading the statute.
But this is where this debate started in the statute. And the challenge here is, if somebody's just planning to lease the land for a view shed or because they don't want anybody to use it, and that really clearly is not the intent of the legislature, so.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, currently as the rules are written, the two considerations are, one, whether the applicant's a bona fide resident citizen of the state, or, I mean, the language is and, these are what the director shall consider. And, or, if you will, whether the applicant is legally authorized to transact business having actual and necessary use. So correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Director Crowder, but in the rule, the actual and necessary use piece applies to the person or legal entity authorized to transact business within the state.
Deputy Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Peters is correct. We simply tried to break down where the commas were and place them in rule because they do use the word and two persons or legal entities, and that felt like a separation there. So all of that leading into just one subsection, one paragraph, separate from the are you a citizen of the state?
Thank you. Mr. McGagna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it all comes back to the confusion really in the statute. For example, 365101 makes that an absolute requirement that you be a citizen of the United States in order to apply. Then 105 says a resident citizen of the state. So that, based on that, would appear to be a preference there. But if I might go back to the thought that was offered by the superintendent, it seems like if we were to, it would be helpful. I'm not saying it's the final answer, but if we weren't running those together and said under C, if two or more applications occur for vacant land, et cetera, in the event the offer receives conflicting applications, preference described by considering, is the applicant a bona fide resident of the state? That's one preference. Is it a legal person or entity authorized to transact business in the state? That would be a comparable preference. Then having necessary use for the land would be one, and separating that from being an adjacent landowner. And the problem I still run into is, if we have four preferences all of a sudden, are we ranking those in a priority? If they're all preferences, if I have adjacent lands, but I don't have necessary use for the land, or I'm not a resident citizen of the state of Wyoming, if those are all preferences, it really confuses it. Do I have to meet all four to have a preference? Or if one person has two of those, another one has the other two, it just seems to be, to us, a rather unworkable situation if we treat each of those as a separate preference, as opposed to saying that the first three are necessary requirements in order to be an applicant, and that the fourth one regarding adjacent land is a preference. But perhaps the statute won't allow us to go that far, which is the reason that I've stated maybe we need to address this through the statute. But it just seems unworkable if we have four preferences there that all have to be considered.
Thank you, Mr. McGagna. I see the auditor reaching forward.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on Mr. McGagna's point, I mean, if you separate them into four, the ultimate on the ground result of that is every single applicant has a preference.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to clarify, I think the way we read it is that you have to have all of those things pursuant to the statute. That's why there's the ands in it.
Right.
So you have to meet all of those benchmarks in order to receive the preference. That's how we've always addressed it.
Thank you, Madam Director. Further conversation, I see the Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, I mean, Mr. McGagna's comments are well taken. It just underscores everything we've been talking about for over a year now. And I would appreciate an effort by someone to rewrite the statute, because until we do, I think we're just going to be trying to Band-Aid it the best we can.
So, Mr. Secretary, mindful of the fact that we brought this issue up, and the resolution out of the legislature's good efforts was challenging. I guess my view here is, and this is separate from the issue of the rules here, my view would be having some ability to reflect the nature of this conversation to help guide the legislative efforts would be a terrific aid, I would hope, to the legislature. Anything more on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I do think that, the fix that might be evolved to make it a little clearer is, to me, it's clear because of the ands, but if you want to that the construction in there is add more letters to the alphabet and separate them out. And if you want to make it clear, consider all of the following, and then it's clear. So, or you can say, consider each and every one of the following. I think consider the following, that is implied that it's each and every one, but I guess you could make that even clearer. But right now, we got emergency rules out there that I think are just abhorred. I voted for them, and I shouldn't have. And I think that we need to at least get something moved forward that's better than what we have working with today. But there's some other areas there as far as the other questions that Mr. McGagna brought up as far as the match and as far as the live bid.
And I will get to those, Mr. Treasurer. I just, my point in exercising this was sort of ground zero for why we kind of ran on the rocks. And
I thought the conversation was going to, well, never mind, we'll just let the legislature handle it. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Mr. McGagna, I think you've heard from us that we now perhaps can help provide some color to the legislature on the needs for clarification on this. And I'm wondering if these first two questions, first would be if you find these rules workable, and secondly, if you'll work with us to make sure the legislature is apprised of our conversations today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, certainly happy to work with you. And I do think the discussion you've had today should guide whatever the legislature does. And for our part, to the extent that we can influence that and make sure that this board is a part of that discussion, we're very happy to do so, because I just think that you're put in a difficult position here. And if I have a preference because I have adjacent land, but I don't have a preference because I'm not a bona fide resident. If a non-resident has adjacent land, for example, if there are 4 preferences and a resident doesn't have adjacent land, they each have one of those 4 preferences, or 3 the way it's worded now. Which one does the director go with? And I just think it's certainly acceptable if you feel that we need to get something in place and you adopt the rules as they're written at this time. But I think that just sends the message, and a clearer message, that we need to go back to the legislature and provide some clarity that will enable you to write some rules that can more easily be administered.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify some information that maybe I don't have right. But I thought I heard Osley say that these are qualifiers, not preferences, that they have to meet A and B, all of A, all of B. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, as stated in section or 365105B, it's our interpretation that you must have all of those criteria in order to receive the preference. It's not a separate preference if you have neighboring land or a separate preference if you have, use of the land and forage. It's all of them to get the preference. That's how we read the statute.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Ms.
So again, kind of going back to what I laid out with maybe a little more clarity, it seems, I know that we're trying to mirror statute and former rules and make it as clear as possible to producers, but it seems like A and B ought to either be truncated into one or split out into four for clarity. If all of those are, and I'll call them qualifiers, not preferences, because you must have those, it seems to me like that might clarify, and instead of in Romanet I saying, by considering the following, perhaps change the word considering to requiring or something of that sort, so that it is very clear that these are not preferences, that you must meet all four or two or one.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Secretary, I think these are good suggestions. I am very cautious, I think, mindful of the fact that we had one comment out of 47 days. I'm very cautious about crafting language in committee. But that would be whatever the board wants to do, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
I think we've had, I think some clarifying testimony from staff and the department that they do consider a requirement. And I think that's a good use of the English language there from the superintendent. And actually adding them up here, I think we go clear to an E. In B, the first one is the legal, a person and legal entity. I don't know about the discussion about whether they have to be a resident. I'm not sure where Jim got that. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's there someplace. But that would necessarily end up, that would be the B. Legal entity has, a little bit broader construct as a resident. And I suppose if you registered your company in the state of Wyoming, you could be considered a resident. I don't know whether you actually have to have utilities going to you. There's a lot of definitions of resident from Game and Fish and everybody else. I'm not sure what we have in our statutes in grazing or in leasing land as what the definition of a quote resident is. But I think it's probably along the lines of a legal entity authorized to do business. I think that's probably close to what a resident definition is, but maybe council can tell us on that as far as what our statutes concerning vacant lands or grazing does. But you get, that's the first one is B. The next one, the use of the land, is C. And the adjoining lands, that's D, and the last one is the annual rental at not less than fair market value is E. So I think that's reasonable to say that strike considering and put the language as by requiring, and I don't know if you say adherence to the following, and then we go clear down to E. I think that makes it more specific, and easier for people to look at a candle structure than a and or structure.
Okay. We can consider those. My own preference, there's pretty substantial amendments to that. I don't really understand what the full implications of those might be. If we do decide to do that, it would be my recommendation that we send them back out for comment. I just think that, you know, trying to draft things in committee that are pretty substantial can lead to some unintended consequences. But let's follow up with Mr. McGagna's second point, which is, I think you were.
The match, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Mr. McGagna.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not certain when you say second. Are you referencing our concern with the use of an oral bidding process, or are you?
No, I think the second point, which was whether you would go back out to bid generally or to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, our thought was that if you have two or more bidders who qualify for the preference, and I'm thinking primarily in terms of the preference being adjacent landowners, because the others are still confusing, because being a citizen or an legal entity under 5101 is an absolute requirement. It's not a preference. In 105, it would appear to be a preference, but if 101, the general qualifications of all lessees overshadows that's the confusion there. But our view would be that once the determination is made under whatever process, who has the preference, say two or more people who have adjacent lands, that if one of those people is the high bidder, then they're qualified and they receive the lease, assuming they meet all the other qualifications. If they are not the high bidder, then you go back to those who qualify because they have adjacent lands and invite them to submit a second round of bids, or third if that's necessary, until you reach the point that you have a qualified bidder with the preference based on adjacent lands, whose bid is not less than the original round of everyone's bids. But if I'm reading the proposed rule correctly, if you have two people with the preference that are qualified and one of them is not a high bidder, then you go back out to all applicants for a new round of bids. And that just seems to us both unfair and rather unworkable, that once you've determined who has a preference, then the bidding competition becomes among just those people, with the understanding that at a minimum, they have to meet the high bid that was originally submitted by all bidders in order to meet the requirements of the benefit to the beneficiaries.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I want to get a clarification on your thought process there, Jim. Are you entertaining the idea that the statute says that if you're not someone with an adjoining land, you're barred from the bidding process if there's two people that have adjoining lands?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that is our reading, that initially all applicants who otherwise meet the qualifications can bid. And then if there are two or more that have adjoining land, that the second round of the bidding process and any subsequent ones is conducted just among those with adjoining lands, with the understanding that the highest of all bids initially submitted becomes the minimum bid for those subsequent rounds of bidding.
So with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So let's say someone that doesn't have adjoining lands is the highest bidder, and you go to a second round, the highest bidder is barred under that scenario.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the highest bidder is what? I didn't understand.
Is barred from the second round.
The highest bidder who was not an adjoining landowner is barred from the second round, assuming that one of those joining landowners at least meets the high of all bids from the original round. Yes.
Why would anybody that wasn't an adjoining owner ever enter into a bidding process? They could never win.
They could certainly win it if they bid high enough that no adjoining landowner was willing to match that bid. But from our perspective, if you get to that second round, you've determined two people have a preference and you allow everybody that was originally in there to come back in and bid against them, that preference is of little value. The original round of bidding amongst all applicants sets the bar, sets the minimum bid that has to be met in order to exercise the preference. Where it goes from there is based on the competition amongst those who have qualified for the preference, is the way that we would see it functioning.
Mr. Chairman, I think the legislature is going to have to make that call. I necessarily think that if we went to the extent where Jim is suggesting, I think it would have a chilling effect on the dual, I guess, requirement for us to consider what inures to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. I think a lot of people just never show up to the auction. So I don't think we would meet that. And right now, there's no benefit at all in the rules as they are now. There is really no preference even acknowledged or any methodology employed. And I think what we were trying to do was to get some type of a preference that wasn't defined at all, and very ill-defined, the preference in the first place. But I think, Ms. McGagnon, I think that you're trying to basically take in and mirror the process for existing leases into the vacant land situation. And that's always been a bridge too far. There's no lines that really draw from vacant to non-vacant. They've always been handled somewhat differently because they were considered a different class of land. Yeah, I think we still have to have some differentiation between vacant and non-vacant, or there was no reason for the legislature to consider them different.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Other thoughts, comments? Other thoughts, comments?
Just a question for the staff, quick. If somebody has a 10-year grazing lease and they decide for whatever reason that they no longer want it, there's no penalty assessed by the Office of State Lands if they want to just say, well, we for whatever reason, whether they think they were too high or whether they, decided to move someplace else, they can essentially walk away with no, I guess, penalty. Is that correct?
Deputy Crowder, do you want to address that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, largely that's correct. I don't know the exact statutory, or maybe it's in rule reference, but there is something that says if you do that, if you walk away without relinquishing it, if you just simply don't pay and walk away, that the board can consider not leasing to you ever again in the future, or would take that into consideration when leasing in the future. But otherwise, you're right, that it's not a reportable thing to a credit bureau or anything like that.
But if at the end of the grazing season, you tell the board, well, we're not going to come back on this pasture next year, then there's no harm, no foul, or not?
Mr. Chairman, if I understand your question, Mr. Treasurer, if during the grazing season they remove their cattle, they have already paid for the right to lease. They pay ahead. So during the grazing season, you're right, there would be no harm, but they've already paid for that privilege.
Okay, well, I just wanted to address the circumstances that Mr. McGangy brought up, that somebody paid too much for something. And just curious how we let them out of it without costing the state anything or the beneficiaries anything, and letting those guys go on about their business.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add a couple more thoughts in there, there are other options for lessees to get out of their lease. There's the assignment process where they could assign the lease to somebody else, and oftentimes money's exchanged for that assignment. And then there's the sublease option where they could sublease to an individual that could match what the current rate would be.
Thank you, Deputy Crowder and Mr. Treasurer. I think the final matter is the live bid provision, and Mr. McGagna, I understand the preference of stock growers is to avoid that process. Any thoughts on that from members of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I guess my question for the director would be, currently the rule says either or, and so what would go into that decision-making process, or how, I'm assuming the director would decide, that's what it says, but how do you decide?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think it depends upon the facts, the case-by-case scenario. If we only have two people that are involved, obviously maybe a final best bid would be appropriate as opposed to spending time and resources on a big live auction process. If there are a number that are well within each other's range where it could be close and we think that that could drive the price higher, we would likely do that. And we have other options that we haven't quite explored, whether we could do online auctions as opposed to in person. I mean, there's all kinds of different scenarios, but we're looking for flexibility based on the specific facts at hand. And so I can't say in every case we would do it this way or that way, and also as sort of a compromise, because I believe during the legislative process, there were definitely two camps. There was the live auction in every case, and then there was the, hey, we preferred the, final sealed bid. And so we were trying to hedge a little there too, to have both options in our basket, if you will.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
And I
Madam.
hesitate to ask this because the past is the past and it may or may not predict the future, but how, obviously I already know we have lots of situations where there's two conflicting leases. How often do we have vacant lands where there are more than two conflicting applications?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I would defer to Jason. I think he's more in tune with that firsthand knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did reach back to 1998 to come up with some of those stats. And since 1998, we have advertised 49 grazing leases as vacant and have 28 of those required a director's decision. So 28 out of the 49 would have had multiple applications.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman, but how many were more than two applicants? Or do we not know?
Mr. Chairman, we didn't look that far into it. We only do a director's decision if there's two or more.
And Madam Auditor, just sort of anecdotally, I can think of a few of those cases, particularly ones where lands have been assembled and so on, where there have been multiples of people. And some have been, depending on the tract of land, some have been, bid on by parties from even adjacent counties. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Board, Mr. McGagna, any further comment on that provision?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good discussion, and I understand certainly the desire to have flexibility. If that does remain in the rules as we go forward, we would simply urge that the director would only use a live auction in the most unique of circumstances.
Okay. Board, what I can see three things we could do now. Four, possibly. One, we could pass these as is. Two, we could work to amend things as we saw needed. Three, we could, I guess, recess shortly and try to work on some things to come back with some revisions. And four, we could agree that we'll work on adjustments that need to be made or that we think need to be made and put them out for, and I do think emergency rules are a problem here because they only can last for so long. And, we have certainly worked on these a lot, but I think some of the discussion we had relevant to the stock grower's first point was illuminating if nothing else. So. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, the suggestions that the superintendent made as far as the, in that C Romanet I and the relettering and stuff, I don't see that as substantive. But I think if we go anything past that, the rules would definitely have to go back out. And I'm not sure whether or not anything past that would any substantive changes might, I think, conflict is between paragraph A and B, and which is the annuity, the benefit or the beneficiaries, and provide something for preference. So I don't have any language to address the match or the live bid or anything there. I don't see anything, but I think the superintendent's, thing in C Romanet I is appropriate without them going back to comment. But I'm sure that if these move forward, I think they're improvement over what we have, but not necessarily what the stock growers desire.
Mr. Peters, what I'm particularly concerned about are, and for lack of a better comment, are just where things like commas go and how they can be interpreted over time. And that's, I guess why I'm a little mindful of if we do surgery on this, that we at least have the time to consider all possible interpretations on this, because I'm sure when the statute was passed, people were really clear about what they meant. And in the fullness of time, we've seen the challenges of that. And I think the superintendent's recommendations are very good, but I definitely want to consider those carefully. So that is just a question of, do you think it prudent if we have some changes that we lay those changes out and that we consider those somewhat within that context? And I guess the question that comes from that, or should we give that time to be considered publicly, or can we consider that later in the day?
Mr. Chairman, I think you would have options. You could certainly always allow additional public comment or additional process. That's never an issue. Likewise, you could certainly amend the provision today if necessary. Any proposed changes related to this would be a logical outgrowth of the proposed rules. The public was on notice of the intent to craft rules, and departing on how a comma is placed or is not placed would be a logical outgrowth of that. So you could certainly, if the board felt an amendment was necessary, make an amendment and move forward with that today without being required to undergo another public comment period. Either of those are both appropriate options or available options.
So, Board, what I think I hear, and I guess what I'm hopeful is that perhaps Superintendent, if you make the recommendation to Mr. Peters, he could craft what that language looks like, and we could lay this back for consideration later in the meeting, if that makes sense, and see how that works. Does that fit with everyone's perspective? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just to, I think, repeat what you said to make sure I understood. I mean, I think we have some consensus that you need to meet all of those things to have a preference, and that was the original intent of staff in writing the rules. And so I think I'm comfortable with just clarifying that, and we're not making any substantive changes. We're just hopefully making it easier to read. So I think that's a good path forward.
Right, and I guess that, if that's the intent of what all of this is, which I think is exactly right, I just want to make sure that language doesn't sort of imply something that we didn't intend. That's my biggest concern.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent, and then Director.
And Mr. Chairman, I would defer to the director if it's in response to your comments.
No, Mr. Chairman, it's a different thought.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would definitely assert my intent or recommendation that staff work on that section to either change the word considering to something like requiring or affirmatively determining some of the terms that we have heard today that might fit well there. And as the treasurer suggested, splitting the qualifiers into, or preferences that must be met, into A, B, C, D, and E. So it would be bona fide resident, legal, and I'm paraphrasing here, legal entity authorized to transact business, having actual and necessary use, having adjacent or adjoining lands, and offer to pay an annual rent at or at not less than fair market value. That would be A through E. So that's the intent, but as the governor, or as Mr. Chairman stated, it's important to make sure that there's time to insert correct punctuation, et cetera. So my hope is that we could come back to this later in the meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent, and just as a friendly, would you preface all of that by saying, without rank, all of these conditions must be met?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I wanted to clarify is I think the treasurer made a point of saying that there were emergency rules in effect. We do not have emergency rules in effect. Those expired on June 17th, and also those rules were only utilized for purposes of the Mosque transaction. We have not used them for any other vacant leasing. Those have all been put on hold. So I just want to make sure we clarified that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Director. I think it's the intent then of the board, if this works for Mr. Peters, and first off, let me say, this has been yeoman work. It's a very difficult challenge. I really appreciate the conversation as it was brought up, as it was dissected, as it was laid out on the table, and I just want to compliment people on the work that they've done. I think we're very close. So, Mr. Peters, if that seems like it can work, and you've got clarification, any questions you have beyond that?
Not at this time.
Okay, if that's the case, then with no objection, I'll lay this back for consideration later in the meeting. Thank you, Madam Director. And I note it is noon, but I think we should steam ahead. So,
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is C2, which is to consider adoption of regular rule for Chapter 26, Land Acquisition and Disposal. This is to address the voluntary exchange concept that I believe was a subject of some failed legislation in 2020. OSLI has identified a need to further enhance the real estate transaction process to promote a land ownership pattern that increases development opportunities through legally accessible lands. This voluntary exchange program proposed in the revisions to Chapter 26 would provide an opportunity for private landowners to nominate a parcel of trust land for exchange with the board via a streamlined and less costly process. In order to be eligible, the parcel of state trust land must be 640 acres or less in size. The parcel must be inaccessible via a public right-of-way or other legal easement, and the parcel must be wholly encompassed within the real property boundaries of the nominator. The exchange program reduces the cost to the nominator by removing the requirement to set the value of the parcels by an appraisal conducted by a USPAP certified appraiser. It replaces this requirement by allowing OSLI to set a non-negotiable price opinion for the parcels. The program also reduces the amount of time required to complete an exchange by reducing the comment period to 30 days. The program also decreases our administrative resource burden by only requiring OSLI to conduct a public hearing if requested by the appropriate Board of County Commissioners. This is a strictly voluntary program on behalf of the applicant and the board. If at any point in the transaction analysis process, it's determined by either the applicant or the board that the full exchange process already described in Chapter 26 is required to appropriately facilitate the exchange, then the transaction will no longer be processed through the voluntary land exchange program and will be analyzed pursuant to existing procedures within the board's rules in accordance with the trust land management objectives. We have advertised for public comment the proposed rules ending July 26, 2021. I think that's 47 days. Once the public comment period began, we also ensured that a copy of the proposed rule was supplied directly to the co-chairman of the Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee. During the comment period, we again just received one comment, and that was from the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. So I would yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to explain the comment from the Stock Growers Association. And again, we would recommend that the board adopt the proposed rule changes for Chapter 26.
Deputy Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Within the Wyoming Stock Growers Association's comments, there were two separate ideas. The first related to the voluntary land exchange program was a question more than a comment, but the question was, would two adjoining landowners to a parcel of state land, if they were to come into an agreement, be able to be eligible for this program if they came together, I guess? And our response to that was that they wouldn't be eligible because we don't want to, well, what we want to do is try to find the parcels that really have no exposure to a market. If there's any possibility that two separate entities could bid on the parcel to make it more valuable, we want to make sure that that is the case that we move forward with, and that these parcels are strictly intended to be those that are wholly landlocked within one ownership boundary, and that's it. The second idea brought forward in the comments was a movement of the section that the director spoke about, that should the office determine that the transaction is not meeting trust land management objectives, or if there's some violation of an option agreement, that the office could terminate that transaction and then provide the board notice of that termination without the need to go all the way through the land transaction process. Currently, as the rules are written, once we start the process, we're expected to finish it. And if there is a transaction that just simply has no chance of success, we'd rather not waste the board's time or staff time and expense on pursuing that to its ultimate demise. So we placed two paragraphs within the existing rules to allow the office to terminate that transaction if we recognize that that is the case. The comment was that possibly the placement of that paragraph was inappropriate and it should be before the provision that provides for final board consideration of a transaction. That's a fair comment. We went ahead and moved that provision up above the one that allows the board for final consideration and renumbered and reorganized appropriately.
Thank you, Deputy Crowder. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none. Mr. Magagna?
Mr. Chairman, just appreciate what the staff has done there, and we're fine with those rules as they're being proposed. Our only substantive concern was that once the board has approved of a transaction going forward and being completed, that if the director determines that there are reasons that it should not proceed, that that the board, having given initial approval, should be brought back to the board for their approval of a termination if it's had gone that far. And I believe with the change that Mr. Crowder has made, that concern is addressed.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would recommend that the board adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 26, Land Acquisition and Disposal, as presented.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the Secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. For the purposes of the record, before the treasurer had to leave the room, he indicated he was an aye vote on that to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is H1, which is the final consideration of state trust land exchange in Sheridan County. Columbus Peak Ranch LLC, a Wyoming limited liability company, has proposed to exchange certain real property located in Sheridan County for state trust land also located in Sheridan County in a value-for-value exchange. The proposed exchange we've called the Columbus Peak Exchange. It contemplates disposal of 560 acres of state trust land for 628.35 acres of private land. This exchange represents an opportunity for the board to increase future revenue generating potential while also optimizing public access and management. The private parcel proposed for acquisition in the exchange has been traditionally used for grazing and agricultural purposes. This parcel is adjacent to development opportunities and has direct access via County Road 102, commonly known as the Dayton East Road. Columbus Peak nominated 560 acres of state trust land for exchange on August 6th, 2019. We determined that the subject parcel of state trust land in Sheridan County may be suitable for exchange and moved the parcels to the Category 2 disposal list and Category 2 acquisition list in accordance with our rules. On October 2nd, 2019, the board directed OSLI to complete the detailed exchange for the proposed exchange and to solicit public comments. Although the state of Wyoming holds 100% of the surface and mineral estate, the proposed transaction would only dispose of the surface estate. The state of Wyoming will retain all of its mineral rights should the transaction be approved. On April 12th of 2021, OSLI made available to the public and the Sheridan County Commissioners the detailed analysis of the proposed exchange, and this kicked off the public comment period with a public hearing that was held on May 13th, 2021. It was done via Zoom in light of the COVID restrictions and concerns, and it was also live streamed on YouTube. 13 public comments were received at the public hearing, with 12 being opposed to the exchange. Attendees were concerned that the appraisals did not accurately reflect the value of both parcels and that the Columbus Peak land proposed for acquisition was vastly inferior to the state trust land. 98 written comments were received and provided to the board prior to this meeting. Of those, 8 were in favor, 90 were opposed. It's now been over 60 days since the detailed analysis and other required information was made available to the public. Accordingly, pursuant to our rules, the board must now consider an open session the proposed exchange. If the board rejects the proposed exchange, OSLI will remove the proposed exchange from the Category 2 exchange list. If the board approves the proposed exchange, the board will direct OSLI to complete the exchange pursuant to our rules and Wyoming statute. I will now yield the floor to Deputy Director Jason Crowder to provide the board with more specific details concerning the proposed exchange. And at the end of his presentation, we will recommend that the board approve completion of the proposed exchange and amend grazing and agricultural lease 2-3595 to remove the acres contemplated in this exchange and establish a new grazing and agricultural lease for the acquired land through the vacant land competitive bidding process.
Thank you, Madam Director. Deputy Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I have for you today is a presentation I'd like to show, and then we'll end that presentation with a drone video that we flew over the property and be able to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Deputy.
just as soon as I can get my technology to cooperate with me. Very good. Mr. Chairman, this is the presentation that we provided to the public during our public hearing. It has a lot of very good and still relevant information, but as you can see, the transaction is located on the western end of Sheridan County, north and west of the town of Sheridan. This is the proximity of the two parcels to the town of Dayton. The parcel highlighted in green is the parcel that has been identified for acquisition. The parcel highlighted in purple is the existing state trust land identified for disposal. This map shows a zoomed-in aerial view of the parcel for acquisition, and it lies along the Dayton East Road, just east of the town of Dayton. It is 2.5 miles exactly from Dayton. It consists of 628.35 acres. We've estimated the AUMs to be a total of 225 AUMs available. It abuts an existing 1,840 acre block of state trust land that is currently enrolled in a game and fish walk-in area. That also abuts another walk-in area that is specific to private land. And should this transaction be successful, we anticipate entering this parcel into one of those or combining those into one walk-in area for a holistic area of around 3,000 acres. We anticipate revenue being anywhere from $1,244 to $5,000 based on the grazing and agricultural revenue. The minimum is based on the board's formula that gave us the minimum of $5.53 per AUM. But we also recognize that within Sheridan County, the average is closer to $20 to $25 per AUM, and we anticipate, if this transaction was successful, offering those grazing rights through the vacant land leasing process once that's completed, and approaching the market and hopefully getting up closer to the $20 per AUM. As I'll mention in a minute, the appraised values are not equal, meaning that there is a cash equalization payment owed to the board if this transaction is successful. That totals $410,950. We would invest that or provide it to the state treasurer's office that would invest it through their permanent land fund. The 5-year average return off of that fund is 4.34%, which would give an annual return of just over $17,000 per year. So the average annual expected rental or average annual revenue return from this parcel is expected to be anywhere from $19,000 to just under $23,000 per year. Here's a aerial photo of the state trust land identified for disposal. It is 4 miles north and west of the town of Dayton. We have it rated at 210 AUMs. It currently comprises 560 acres and also abuts a contiguous block of state land of a total of 1,960 acres. There is no road access, however, it is publicly accessible via the Columbus Creek Road. You must access that larger block of state land from the northeast and walk your way into this parcel of state trust land. We currently have a grazing and agricultural lease on the property as well as one easement for a telephone line. So the only revenue, current annual revenue anyway, from the parcel is based on AUMs or the grazing agricultural lease of $1,100 to $2,500 per AUM. That range is given to us based on the board's minimum formula that provides $5.53 per AUM. However, in the past, we have received conflicting bids on this parcel. Those have since expired, so we are only generating the $1,100, but we have in the past gone up to $2,500 per year. As I was discussing before, the appraised value of the parcels are not equal. The private parcel of the Columbus Peak parcel appraised at $1,885,050. The state trust land appraised at $2,296,000, meaning a difference was there of $410,950, which is allowable per existing statute and rule. to be paid to the board as a cash equalization payment to normalize the values. Summary of the transaction, as you can see on this slide, the revenue is expected to increase from $1,100 to $19,000 roughly, for a net benefit of just over $17,000. Acreage is expected to increase from 560 to 628.35 for a net benefit of 68.35 acres. The legally accessible acreage is also expected to increase by that same amount, and the appraised value provides the board with a $410,950 cash equalization payment, which will be deposited into the beneficiary's permanent land fund. I would like to, before we get into the videos, note 2 typos that were identified to us through the public comment process that we agree with and would like to identify at this time. And on page 5 of the detailed analysis, we referenced the parcel to be 4 miles east of the town of Dayton, when in fact that should have mentioned 4 miles north and west of the town of Dayton. I'll also mention that the maps are correct and the provided legal descriptions are also correct within the detailed analysis. And the second typo is on page 6, when we reference the water rights that are on the property that has been identified for acquisition. We referenced one well, the Billadu number 1 stock well, as being on that property. It is not. It's on the adjacent private land that is not identified for this acquisition, and it should not have been listed within the detailed analysis. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to bring the videos up.
Sure, please proceed.
And offered to answer any questions as I do that, if there are any. Mr. Chairman, the first video I'll show is of the parcel of state trust land identified for disposal. And I will apologize up front for the editing of this. When you deal with the D team, this is the product you receive, and that's what you had today. But as you can see, we're flying over the reservoir, the large reservoir on the parcel. The state trust land would be the right half or the north half of that parcel, going up to the ridge line on the right. The video is moving from the eastern edge of the parcel to the western, going up the hill and to the ridge.
And that Smith Creek and something else, and this little pond here, puts water in it, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is where the reservoirs receive their water, through a ditch, not directly on the stream. Mr. Chairman, when we get to the end of the video, I've tried to draw in the northern and southern boundaries so you can get a sense of where the property starts and stops at that point.
Are we flying west now, or which way?
Flying west, yes, sir. Up the hill. And as we come over the hill, will come down over this cliff face, and the property ends just below where the camera is stopped in the bottom of the drainage. And everything behind the camera at this point is existing state trust land that is not contemplated in this exchange.
What's your elevation difference from the bottom of that cliff up to the mill?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know that exactly. I could find that for you. And Mr. Chairman, this line is showing the southern boundary of the parcel looking west to east, and the western boundary as well. This picture is showing the northern boundary of the property. And Mr. Chairman, I have one more video to show the property that is identified for acquisition. That is the Dayton East County Road, and where the camera is starting is the very north and west corner of the property, panning around and looking back to the south and to the east. It is largely everything on the south side or to the right of the Dayton East Road. There is a parcel just north of the road as well we'll be able to see at the end of this video. The property is everything under the camera on the road all the way to the south. The south line is on the top of that ridge, set back just a little ways. So everything in view is the parcel. And at this point, we've hit the very northeasterly corner of the parcel, and we'll start going down the east line, headed south.
Prairie dogs?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, there are a few towns of prairie dogs. It's interesting when we map this, you'll see the fence line right there. That fence line is the southern boundary of this property that abuts the existing state trust land to the south. Both colonies or both towns of prairie dogs that will fly over here are just on the periphery of this property. They're mostly on the adjacent private and mostly on the existing state trust land. That view is of the existing state trust land to the south. And again, we're right now flying over the existing state trust line. That fence line would be the boundary from north to south. The sloughing of that drainage in the picture now is on the existing state trust land. And that reservoir there in view would be on the very western edge of the property identified for acquisition. And as we move forward here, you'll be able to notice the property on the north side of the Dayton East Road that's also identified for acquisition. And I didn't have a chance to draw it in for you, but it would be this property in this area over here. Mr. Chairman, that's the property-specific details of the transaction. We have analyzed it against our trust land management objectives. Of course, those were given to us through session law in 1997 and further refined by the board in 2005. Those objectives are to meet the beneficiary's short and long-term needs, to improve the manageability of the land asset, and to meet a specific school or community need. And as I showed in the PowerPoint presentation, we expect to meet the beneficiary's short-term need by increasing short-term revenue through grazing and agricultural leasing, as well as the investment of the cash equalization payment, and to also meet the long-term need of providing development opportunities should they present themselves by acquiring a property that has the attributes of a legal county road, power, and a natural gas line that traverse it. We're also expecting to leverage other agencies in the management of this property, and most specifically the Game and Fish Department through the walk-in area that will reduce the administrative burden on the Office of State Lands. And then we also expect to increase recreational opportunities by the increase of 68 plus or minus acres of accessible land that is adjoining legal public access highway or county road. Also important to note in 2005 that the legislature gave us a threshold through a budget footnote to establish a baseline of 10,000 acres above or below that baseline, that the intent is to not own state land with above that threshold. Should this transaction be completed, we expect to be 3,232.3 acres below that baseline. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Crowder. Are there questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, just clarification that the land that we would be acquiring on the state, it already has walk-in areas as far as hunting opportunities. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's my understanding that that walk-in area that currently exists stops short of the property we would acquire. It's on private land that is just east of the property we would acquire.
East of the property. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Treasurer. Further questions? Further questions? All right. Well, we have a number of people who have registered here. to speak, and we'll take we'll take testimony. Let me before we do, I think it's important to note that State Lands has a process that is a public process, and it proceeds per se, and it's had plenty of time for people to review this. I'm excited that that has brought as many people forward as it has to talk about this issue. I also want to recognize that landowners who seek to get engaged in this process often find it a very long process, but that is indeed what we have. And so before we open the floor, I just want to make sure that people are careful to make their comments appropriate for the discussion and for the education of the board. And with that, Madam Director and Jason, I think I have Mr. Chambers, Mr. Miller, Ms. Smith, Representative Western, and Mr. Parrish, who have all sought to address the board. And then Mr. McGagnon also has raised his hand. I'm going to recognize Representative Western first, and then we'll proceed through this, and I see others are raising their hands. So Representative Western.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
First, I just want to start off by just saying I really appreciate the board going through this process and having this hearing and being inclusive of everybody and making it transparent. I certainly appreciate that, and I think other folks do. I've talked extensively with all of you over the last several months, and so I'm not going to rehash my position. You all know that I'm opposed to it, so I'm not going to go back over some of the stuff that we've previously discussed. The one thing that I did want to add for the board's consideration is in the event that the commission does ultimately reject this application, I stand at the ready, and many other sportsmen in the area absolutely stand at the ready and are willing to work with the applicant to resubmit a amended application in one which the landowner or the applicant gets the land he has originally applied for in exchange for a roughly equal amount of land that is contiguous to the state land that's already there, perhaps on the southern or the southwestern portion. I think that is an application that would have a very high level of support and a lot of consensus amongst the local sportsmen, and I think would be resoundingly public endorsed. So know that in the event that the commission does reject the application, that there is, I think, a lot of consensus on the ground for one that would be adjusted or altered. So that's my 2 cents worth. I just would like to add, and again, I appreciate you guys making the time. And if you have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Representative Western, and I'm sure there probably will be some questions. I had Mr. Chambers next, and then Mr. Miller, and then Mr. Parrish. So Mr. Chambers.
Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Tom Chambers. I am the field representative for the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We sent you a letter from our board opposing this. And I'm not going to take up your time to say that, reiterate that we still oppose it. And as Representative Washington said, there are better ways of doing this. And I would like to see that taken into consideration. With that, I'm done, and you can ask me any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Are there any questions from Mr. Chambers from the board? Mr. Chambers, thank you for addressing the board. And appreciate your comments and also the written comments that you have submitted. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, if you're addressing the board, you may be muted. Mr. Miller, we'll come back to you. I have Mr. Parrish, and then I'm going to recognize Mr. McGagna, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Parrish.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff members. I know it's been a long day for you. I've sat through several of those Slib meetings in the past in my previous work history. I am opposed to this land exchange for multiple reasons. And one of the things that I would really like to, as it came up through this whole process, that I would like to see changed as we move into the future. I have read through the document multiple times, and I know it was initially back in 2018 that there was signature from the applicant to make this exchange. But the public doesn't know about the process until the very end. Appraisals have been done, staff analysis have been done, all of that. And I think that public sentiment, public acknowledgement, public knowledge of the area is very important when those decisions are being made, especially in analysis details. So I also, the review agencies, when I contacted several of them, none of them had been on the ground on this site. And that sort of raised a red flag for me. I've had various discussions with the Game and Fish on their analysis of it, and working with Tim Thomas up here, who did the analysis. When I worked in the reclamation field, I'm showing him some review processes of how we put together differential our different analysis of lands, and hopefully it looks like they may do some changes. I'm not 100% sure on that, but so I think that the review agencies comments, letters that come in need to be more thoroughly reviewed and looked at along that line. Also, the appraisals are an issue, I know, for you guys and for everyone of when to get those in, but I know that the appraisals were done on 2014 comps. The change in Sheridan County is huge, and the cost of land. I think those appraisals, if they were newer, would be quite different. So that's something that maybe in the process could be looked at as how you get more detailed analysis and better appraisal. The last thing in the detailed analysis that I want to talk about is multiple times throughout the 65-page report, it talks about rural residential development for the Dayton East parcel, the private land parcel. And I know when I was a city administrator for Cheyenne, we could not get into the development business. And I hope that the state, I know that you want to leverage the most money out of your lands, but I hope that that is not something that we're heading for, where the state and cities are in the residential development business. I think that should be private landowners and private developers. So that's my comments on the process. I have two other comments I'd like to talk about, and that is future generations and the value of this piece of property. It is a beautiful piece of property. I've been on it 8 times in the last year, and in talking with staff, and they're doing their job, and they've been very open with me, and I appreciate that. They talk about their fiduciary responsibility to their benefactors. But who are those benefactors? Those benefactors are all the citizens of the state of Wyoming. And I think that we need to really look very hard at each individual piece of land that we look at, because this piece of land, if you go from Moncrief Ridge, which is just north of Story, all the way to the Montana border, it's the largest piece of state land that has access to it. And it's gorgeous. The Game and Fish has radio collar telemetry on elk, that there's a resident elk herd there. I found moose scat. There's bears there, mule deer, and white-tailed deer. There are the occasional antelope that go through the area, lots of birds. There's a huge riparian area in there. On the video, it didn't show very well, but you actually go down into the river bottom or the creek bottom of Smith Creek on the very southern edge, things of that nature. So the value of this piece of property is really, I think that's why you've had so many public comments. It's just a very beautiful piece of land that I would hate to have lost. And then is it just the first bite of the apple? I mean, there's 2,500 acres there. Do we take 500 now and then do we take 500 later? And I just, I hope that is not what would happen here if it goes that direction. But, the landowner that's submitting this has been buying lots and lots of private land in the area. And, I think that that's something that the board should take in consideration is this going to be all private in the future? Because I think it would be a shame to future generations, grandchildren. I mean, this is just a moment in time. Let's think, another 200 years from now, what the thought is looking back at that. Should the state release that with our growing population and the need for outdoor areas for people to go? I mean, I think House Bill 182 talked about more access. People were willing to pay for more access. The governor's task force on wildlife, I know that that's been mentioned multiple times, that access is an issue and that's something that they're looking at. I also talked with Chris Floyd with the Wyoming Office of Outdoor Recreation. He had one of his subordinates actually drafted the letter from their office. They never set foot on that land. He was appalled at that we were doing this. And so I just think that tourism, which is I think our number 2 revenue generator in the state, there's in-state and out-of-state tourism. All your people that live in the state are also tourists. We live here, we pay property taxes, we pay taxes on our vehicles, we buy licenses, we buy food. Food isn't taxed anymore, but those are all money that goes into the coffers of the state. And I think that we need to look at whether they're hikers, birders, whoever, they are putting money in the state coffers. And if they don't have places to go and do this, then that's a dwindling resource. Also, one other thing while I'm talking on for future generations, and sorry if I'm going on here, I wanted to get all my points through as quick as possible. In 2018, the Wyoming Legislative Interim Committee did a thing on state trust land grazing fees. And if you go back and look at that report, Wyoming's at the bottom of the list. And I think that I've got the data on South Dakota, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and Utah. I think that if we want to raise funds, I don't think we need to sell off our treasures. And I think this piece of land is a treasure. I think sportsmen and outdoor enthusiasts would buy a state land stamp or something like that would raise funds. And then I think that we need to look at our AUMs down the line for additional revenue. But to trade off this land, once it's gone forever. And I just think that is really not fair to future generations in the state of Wyoming. And in closing, I asked myself, why? Why does this trade make sense for Columbus Peak Ranch? If this trade goes through, they're going to lose. Right now, they can have 210 AUMs on the state parcel, and they have 225 AUMs on the private parcel. If they don't win the bidding on that, they're going to lose 225 AUMs. I don't know how that's a benefit to a ranching operation. They already are adjacent landowners to it. They have total access to this state. And then they have the grazing lease, which I think was just renewed for 10 more years. They've had it for the past 2 grazing lease periods. And so why? Why is it that they are doing this? And again, I'm going back to a statement I did earlier. Is this just the first bite of going after the whole 2,500
comments, but can you, I mean, we're getting a
Right.
number of people, so please, I
Right,
appreciate.
I
your
understand that. So is it to just keep everyone out of this parcel? Because they already have total use of it. They would be losing grazing AUMs on their private holdings now. And so thank you for your time. I appreciate it. As you can tell, I'm passionate about this. I think that, it's just a treasure in Sheridan County, and I'd hate to see it go away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Are there questions for Mr. Parrish? Are there questions? Well, thank you for your comments, and really appreciate them. Mr. Miller.
And I'm here.
Great.
Finally figured out how to unmute. Hello. Well, thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. This is a very hot topic up here in Sheridan. I'm from the Sheridan area. And there's 3 things that I'll just mention right off the bat. First, I also have a problem with the process. The public needs to be involved in these much earlier because as most of the folks who've contacted me here to talk about this says that their impression is that by the time it actually gets out to the public, the deal is already baked. And therefore, even making a comment isn't going to make a difference. Well, I've been trying to get folks to not see it that way and to say, no, the board will actually listen if you contact. So I'm hoping that's part of the reason you got a whole lot more people who've been commenting this time around. And I'm told that we've gotten a large number compared to what you usually get, and that nearly all of them are negative on this trade. Mr. Parrish, I think he said it all regarding the value to not only the local folks here in Sheridan County, but to the state as a whole. And especially when it comes to accessing public lands. I think this is a bad deal for the state. I think it's a bad deal for the people, and certainly for the future of our kids and other future generations. Something that I wasn't going to bring up, but I will anyway, is that as the Republican Party chairman here in Sheridan County, I've been contacted by dozens and dozens of people who all oppose this. And as I said before, some of them just don't feel that it's a waste of their time to comment because the board won't pay attention. Well, we've done very hard done a lot to keep them interested enough, not so much interested, but to get them to understand that their comments can make a difference. So I'm doing that as well as the chairman up here. And it's not all been Republicans who've said, hey, you got some influence up there, why don't you go roll in on this? Well, I'm not doing it from the Republican Party perspective. I'm doing it for myself, but that's the reason they contacted me, is because of who I am up here. So I thank you all for letting me speak. I am certainly against this trade. I appreciate your time, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And just because I think the process is what it is, let me tell you that in my, probably approaching 7 years now, I think I've seen maybe 1 or 2 of these come to fruition, and a number go down in flames because of public comment. So I think the public does get aware, and it does make a difference. Any questions for Mr. Miller? Any questions? Hearing none, I think I have Mr. Magagna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And very brief, we submitted comments, which I'm sure you have seen. Just a couple of thoughts that come to my mind as we look at this. And certainly I understand that over the years that the public has had access to state trust lands, many of us have developed our favorite spots to go to recreate or to hunt and fish. But I think we need to remind ourselves that public access to state trust lands was a privilege granted by the Board of Land Commissioners in 1992. It's not a revenue source currently, and it's not something that is a legal right to access those lands. With that in mind, I would simply say that I believe in making a decision on this or any exchange. We're not asking you make the decision because it's favorable to the applicant. We're asking that you make the decision that is favorable to the beneficiaries of the trust in the long term. And based on that criteria, we believe that this exchange does make sense for the reasons that the director and deputy director have pointed out to you. My only other point is that I've heard some comment from several of the commenters about some alternatives. And you know, that flexibility is very good to have, but this proposal has been out for public comment for significant time now. And I would maintain that if there are interests who see some other alternatives that might meet the need, first of all, of the trust and secondarily of the applicant, that the time to approach the applicant with those was before this lies before you for a final decision today, not to wait until you're being asked to deny the exchange and then initiate a conversation about a future opportunity. With those two comments, Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Magagna. I see former Commissioner Durante. Larry? Mr. Durante, are you on? We'll come back to you. I have Ms. Smith.
It's actually Mr. Smith.
Oh, okay.
That's
Sorry, Mr. Smith.
My question, you already partially answered earlier when I was thinking, I've not been involved in very many of these land swaps. I really only looked at this one because it's in my backyard. But my question was, is it normal or is it concerning that there's 90% opposition to a land swap like this? And is it normal to have all 5 members of the Sheridan County legislative contingency opposed to it, both senators and all 3 representatives, and 4 out of the 5 county commissioners are opposed to it? It just kind of speaks volumes to the possibility of losing such a cherished piece of property in Sheridan County. And we're not just talking about 9 out of 10 people opposing, it's 90 out of 100. But you already kind of alluded to that, so maybe this is a little concerning. The other thing is I agree with what Rick Parrish said. Something that Rick Parrish mentioned earlier, and I think this has really been brought to the forefront in Sheridan County, is if there's a possibility of losing state land in the future, I believe that the sportsmen in Wyoming are definitely willing to step up and help generate some revenue to keep that in the hands of the sportsmen. I think buying a stamp, paying for a stamp would be definitely a way to generate some money. I have ORV stickers on a 4-wheeler, a side-by-side. I have a snowmobile sticker. I paid to hunt walk-in areas to go bird hunting. I think all of us in the state of Wyoming could step up and generate some money to help keep state land in the hands of the public. So,
Mr. Smith, thank you very much for that comment. It's the second one. Mr. Parrish also made that. I hope you understand this is not a sale, and it is a swap, and it doesn't reduce access to state lands. So I think the concern I have is that if there is a view that this is somehow loss of state lands, that is not exactly correct.
I guess it's the wording on page 12 that has a lot of people in Sheridan County concerned, and that is the potential of residential or future development on the Dayton East piece of property. And to us, that sounds like that's going to be something we can sell for rural residential. It has access to the county road. It has telephone lines through it. It has power lines through it. It has gas line through it. That's pretty scary terminology that we all looked at closely, and it's sprinkled throughout the document.
So you're speaking about the proposed exchange land.
Yes, the Dayton East piece of property. And that's why it's so desirable to the state, because of potential revenue for development.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you
Any
for your time.
questions for Mr. Smith? Mr. Treasurer.
Just curious if anybody out there has thought of a compromise of a walk-in area existing post the exchange on the exchange parcel, whether that would I guess make people feel a little bit more comfortable that you wouldn't lose necessarily all of the rights to the property. So I'm just curious if that's been contemplated by you or anybody else out there as you go through.
Would you like to answer the question, Mr.
Me?
Smith? Yeah.
I mean, I guess that would be a good alternative. Obviously, as you can see from the public comment, that we like to see it left alone. Walking areas are great. I think it's been a tremendous amount of opportunity created in the state of Wyoming, but we just lost one significant walking area in Acme. And so those things sound good in the beginning until they're gone also. And so I'm a firm believer, if it's not broke, don't mess with it. And there's really nothing wrong with this piece of state land that we're about to lose. You don't see any damage out there on this piece of property. You don't have people shooting up signs. You don't have people destroying property. You don't have people rutting it up. You just don't have that. And that's why this is so pristine. And the potential of losing this is why you've got such public outcry over it. You're just not going to find this type of property anywhere in the state of Wyoming. I mean, I watched the drone footage. The thing that struck me the most is the amount of prairie dogs and the destruction, and the quality of land is not even close to being the same. As you were flying over the state land on Columbus Peak right now, I saw mule deer out there. I mean, there's wildlife out there right now. I don't know if you watched the video, the YouTube video, my son and I with Rick Clark out there. We caught fish every cast in that reservoir. I hate to say it because I love catching fish, but it almost got boring because it was too easy. There's such a valuable resource there too, that it's not going to exist on Dayton East. The water there is not going to hold fish. The stuff on Columbus Peak has fish, and we're not even sure how much fish is in there. But if you can catch one on every cast, I'm sure there's a ton.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any follow-up there, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, Mr. Just an observation as I was looking at the maps around this, I noticed there's a lot of state land in that area up there. Some of it's closed in, very little of it has access. I didn't know whether any of the sportsmen have ever contemplated doing I guess going through a process that would try to make suggestions about the state land and how it could maybe be changed around or blocked up using the same process we have here that would actually benefit both the landowner and the sportsman, because it looks like there's a big opportunity there to have more access, but I think this process is one of the few ways to do that. But I don't know whether you've ever contemplated actually getting organized and looking at the resources that were out there. That I was just curious.
Are you talking about trying to provide more access to the Columbus Peak state land that only has one access point?
No, there's just excuse me, Mr. Chairman. There's just as you pull up your county GIS map, there's little blocks of state land all over, and a lot of them are landlocked, and we just passed some rules here to allow a little bit of a process to be a little more streamlined to unlock some of those lands, but I didn't know whether or not any of the sportsmen have looked at all of the state lands up there and tried to come up with a comprehensive plan to I guess, provide more access to the sportsmen and work with the state lands office in that regard.
To my knowledge, no one has really looked into that. I know this is kind of a new process, the land swaps, and the big land swap that was discussed quite a couple of years ago was the one on the Horseshoe, and the community was pretty excited about that. And then that fell through, and then the next one down the pike was this one, and no one's really too interested in this one. I'm sure going beyond this one, that those little pieces of property would definitely be something to look at. I guess it's just whether the landowner is willing to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a quick question. When you go fishing on that reservoir, how do you get there?
Well, you can either access it from the road and walk all the way in there, or if you know a landowner that will allow you to cut that distance down a little bit, and that's what I've done. I know one of the landowners in there will allow me to drive about halfway in there, then my son and I can hike in there. But it's, I know some people that do it on horseback, and then there's other people that walk all the way in there. So it is doable, and yes, it is a hike, but that's part of it. The hike a lot of times is the half of the fun right there. When my son and I hiked in there on the way out, we saw cow moose, and you never know what you're going to run into. There's bear in there. The wildlife is unbelievable. We end up catching the tail end of a thunderstorm, and the lighting that night was phenomenal. It was just a fun couple hours that my son and I spent together with my good friend Rick Clark, and it was the experience, and then it was the fishing on top of that. So it's not all about what do you kill or what do you catch. It's what did you see and what did you experience while you're in there. And the conversations that my son had, he's not old enough to be messing with cell phones yet, but it was good to have no technology along other than a GPS to stay on track and just enjoy the time together.
Thank you, Auditor. And Mr. Smith, just so I'm clear, that you saw the bear on that property or on the adjacent state land as you walked in?
No, I saw a moose on, and it would be an adjacent piece of property, but it was probably within quarter mile, half a mile.
Sure. I wanted to note that it is attached to a bunch of other state land. And so, as you point out, part of the fun is getting there.
Yep.
And we're not getting rid of all that state land. For clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I have the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like we're straying with some of the comments a little bit far from what our fiduciary responsibility is, which is to optimize the revenue on our state trust parcels. And so I really appreciate hearing the stories about fishing and being unplugged, et cetera. But I think this is such a good opportunity also to bring up the secondary revenue source that we as a board and possibly the staff don't get to, or I should say the staff doesn't really get to consider during their analysis, but I think we need to consider as a board, and that is that secondary revenue that comes from the outfitters, the community members, the future opportunities, et cetera. And those have yet really to be quantified, but I think it's really important for us to at least contemplate or factor that in as we make these decisions. Over the course of the last few months, I've had opportunities to visit with so many constituents up in Sheridan County on both sides of the issue to study all of the maps and drone footage, et cetera, to talk with folks, to ask questions. I even took an opportunity to visit the land, to walk the land, to drive the fence lines, et cetera. And I think the big picture here is that respectfully, we're asked to give a thumbs up or thumbs down to this particular exchange. However, there's more than a yes or no answer, perhaps, to this issue. I heard Representative Cyrus say very clearly he's willing to work with landowners. And I don't believe that during only this time of public comment, we have to make a particular decision when there are maybe more ways to go about this. I've heard a couple of things during my discussions and even today. Is there a different configuration that is closer to this optimal state land that might work for everyone? Could the landowner, the current landowner, and the state consider shortening or reducing the proposals so that the foothills that the outdoorsmen appreciate are taken off of the swap? I just think that there are a lot of things that have yet to be contemplated, and a real desire on behalf of the applicant and the constituents to make it work for everyone, to find multiple use, to maximize revenue, and also to increase access for outdoorsmen. So I guess I say that, and knowing that I need to ask a question, Mr. Smith, you give lots of important insight onto that, and I guess I'm wondering what are your reactions to that, to continuing to work? What's your level of commitment to continuing to work with the applicant to find something that's workable? Do you feel like that could be found? Do you feel like a compromise could be found?
I do think that there is a possibility for a compromise. I think it really, it needs to be, the process again needs to be transparent so everybody gets a chance to kind of look at the process and what's on the table, and given a good timeline so we can all not just react and get emotional about it, but sit back and think about what's best for all the parties involved. Mr. Western actually contacted me a couple of days ago and talked to me about this proposal, wanted to know if I'd be on board. And, personally, I think I could be, but I'm not in a position to speak for Sheridan County. I'm not as big a fisherman as I am a hunter. His proposal, I think he would lose access to the reservoir and the fishing. And I think some people would be upset with that. I'm all about trying to make everybody happy in this matter, but it's got to be a transparent process so that everybody feels like they can have some say and feel like some ownership in it.
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
I appreciate that response, and I mean, just to, and I don't precede the governor in seniority on the board, but close to it. And we have a lot of exchanges that take years. And while that may be really frustrating to the applicant and some of the parties involved, we do that for exactly the reasons that you state, to enhance the opportunities for comment, to enhance the staff's opportunity to analyze, to enhance our ability to visit said land, and also talk with constituents and interested parties. And so while this may not find an immediate resolution from initial application to vote, I do really trust the process, and believe in the transparency that's there, and would support the governor's initial comments that we appreciate your activity and your engagement in the issue, and this is frankly exactly how it is supposed to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Former Chairman or former Commissioner Durante, Larry, I think you got on, and I want to recognize you now.
Hopefully. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Thank you.
Okay. My goodness. Computers. Mr. Chairman and fellow board members, I appreciate the opportunity here to talk to you today on this issue. As Governor Gordon mentioned, I am a former Sheridan County Commissioner, and I understand that this is a controversial decision Hopefully it's made in favor of the vast majority of the residents of Sheridan County who are against this exchange. I'm not against all land exchanges. An example of a good one was the one that former rancher and legislator, the late Bill Barlow, put together 15, 20 years, well, about 20 years ago in Campbell County. It resulted in a rather large block of public land being available to the public for access. That was a good exchange, good swap. As y'all are probably aware, been made aware, the majority of land in Sheridan County is private. We don't have any access. And unless you have a big bucks, you can't get on these private ranches. And we've got the Bighorn Mountains, and you can get up there when the snow melts. But other than that, we're very limited. And so we're very protective of what we have. I think everybody appreciates the board allowing us to get on the state lands, like Magagna said, since 92. And Sheridan County's always been very active in access. When the state land signage legislation was passed, I think it was around 2005, we were the first county, I was a commissioner then, we were the first county that posted our state trust lands, showing which lands were accessible to the public, legally accessible. These two parcels in question today are not equal. The state land is remote and located on the pristine foothills of the Bighorn Mountains with great wildlife habitat. And it's near elk crucial rangeland and calving areas. And on the map, it's a little ways away, within 2 miles, but the elk don't read maps. And they'll wander over there and calve. The Columbus Creek property is dry sagebrush. It's located about 1.5 miles from the first homes of the Dayton community. But I guess it does come with, I found out today, it comes with a couple of prairie dog communities. So I guess maybe that's a gain, I don't know. In the detailed analysis, another highlight of this is there's one easement on the state land parcel that you currently have. And on the private land, there's numerous easements for telephone lines, electricity lines, and gas and oil pipelines. As a side note, if you make this exchange on the private parcel right now, you will not be gaining the mineral rights. So this leaves the possibility of future development by Columbus Peak ranches for extraction of minerals. It could be a gravel pit or drilling or whatever, and you would have no control over that. I want to go into the detailed analysis report of the 3 state agencies put in. The Wyoming archaeologist, he said there was no comment on this exchange as they haven't done any cultural resource investigations in this area. So you really don't know what lies below the surface or on the surface of that state land parcel that you might be given away. The Wyoming State Parks, they basically stated that the 2 parcels do not have similar habitat. They also stated that public access to lands, quote, on the face of the Bighorn Mountains is hard to come by. They asked the question, would Columbus Peak consider a different parcel that would increase access on the face of the Bighorns? Amen. The Wyoming Game and Fish, boy, I wish they would have got out from behind the desk on this one. They stated that the state parcel does not contain any crucial wildlife habitat. It was also stated on page 10 of the report that they had no aquatic concerns. In fact, the locals that use the property, who can see it, who've been on it and visually can see it, have stated that elk, deer, and upland game birds use the parcel year round. And your state parcel has several reservoirs, one of which is filled by a Smith Creek, which flows out of the Bighorn Mountains, and that's the one I think where they were fishing in. At least one of the reservoirs, well, there are several other reservoirs. I believe the reservoirs on the private land are dry. They're probably gone now in this drought. The other one still has water in it. The Columbus Creek property, they don't hold, it does not hold wildlife year long, and it's got very, very limited water supply. You know, I could go on, but in summation, you know, your current state land property has great wildlife habitat, is accessible to the general public, and is an integral part of the more than 2,000 acres of adjoining Wyoming state lands. Please, you know, leave this for us. Don't take this away. And before I close here, just a follow-up to this, what Mr. Parrish said about the process. I needed a lot of help today to even participate in this program. And your executive secretary, Barbara, knows this. She's helped me a lot to get on. I'm not real computer literate. I even had to borrow a computer that could Zoom. And I'm probably not the only computer challenged person wanting to comment on some of these issues that come before you. I'm sure you all want to encourage public involvement in your decision-making process. Would it be possible in the future to have a centralized location in each area for the public to gather to make public comment, like a room at one of the junior colleges, just that's available for these meetings, and you can go in and give your testimony, and there's somebody there that knows how to work the computer and turn the mute on and off, and you know, if you want public involvement, that'd be a good way. And the junior colleges pretty much span the whole state, and in your area, you could get to the junior college and make comment. I thoroughly intended to come down to Cheyenne. I was going to make the trip. This is this important, but the meeting was close, so I couldn't. But anyway, hey, thank you very much for me rambling on. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate your comments. And it's a good idea. We'll see what we can do on some of that. But, you know, I think it's a lot easier now to get online, although not for everyone. I appreciate that, but the drive is a long one, as you say. I have, I guess, Mayor Miller, Mr. Clark, Ms. Herman, Marguerite Herman, and Mr. Matthews. So let's hear from Mr. Clark first. He's top on my list, and then we'll go to Mayor Miller. So, Mr. Clark.
Yes, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can, and I think all of us have the benefit of your PowerPoint. Is that correct?
Yes, I've sent it to everybody, and I've been over it with three of you, and with Superintendent Balo, a little different PowerPoint earlier. And I'm not sure, I haven't been over with Governor Gordon.
Well, I appreciate it. Just so you know, I've known that property since Jack Love owned it when I was probably about 8. It's the first time I visited it. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm not sure where to go. You have the PowerPoint. My feeling is after the drone video, I should show the PowerPoint, but I don't know if we have the ability to do that. You can't do screen share, I don't think, with me.
I think probably, Mr. Clark, we have the benefit of it. I know it's very, it's a little bit long, and I want to make sure that we get to your comments. I think the pictures are fabulous, and I think the points you make are very good. But if you can just give us the testimony, that'd be terrific.
Okay, I just would point out that the pictures aren't edited, and they were resized to get into, they're not changed dimensionally, but they were proportionately, but resized to put in the slideshow, and that's it. They are not edited. That really nice water you're seeing on Bear Claw 1, that's the real water, and that's what we saw when we were there. And the wildlife, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I thank everybody for looking at that. And also I'd like to thank our Sheridan County delegation for their support. And thanks to Backcountry Hunters and Anglers for their support. And thanks to Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for their support. Wyoming Bow Hunters for their support, and Wyoming Wildlife Association for their support. I'm just going to go over some of the closing stuff I have from the slideshow first, and then add a little a little more to add to that. I have resided in the Dayton area for 45 years. The family I married into when I came here, they've lived here even longer, and I've heard all the stories of fish and elk and whatever killed on the state land, and fishing done on the state land. I am familiar with many trips up Smith Creek Canyon, which was a family hangout for our kids. That's not on this parcel, but it goes right by it. I first hunted on the state lands about 20 years ago. Recently, I've walked close to 30 miles, packing camera equipment, 12 miles in one day on the state trust land, around a private land, in order to view parcels, collect pictures. I spent hours and hours talking with local concerned residents, professionals in many fields about this land swap. I've hosted a number of folks at my home. I've poured over hundreds of pages of documents and photos trying to make informed decisions. In many ways, it's been a very rewarding experience, especially regarding the support I've received. I don't know, I'm a little concerned about the drone video and that it showed up here at the meeting. I feel it would have been nice if we could have seen it earlier, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I think what is obvious from my pictures and from, I think what's obvious is the visual evidence from the ground presented in my PowerPoint, and it shows vast differences in the water, in the land between the properties, the statistical evidence from the state engineer's office, which I relied on to figure surface areas of these small reservoirs on the 628. And they are, of course, because there are permits in existence, many water permits for the land on the state land. I was able to make comparisons, and there's roughly, as far as water, between 3.6 and 6.6 times more surface area of the water on the state land. The difference there is some of that land would be navigable, probably from the state land, which would vastly on Bear Claw 1, and that vastly increase the amount of access the public would have if it remains in public hands. I've also relied on anecdotal evidence from community members by letter, by conversation. I don't know how many fish stories I've heard from giant cutthroats, even in there, brook trout that have come in from Smith Creek. Also, yesterday I provided stocking permits. There was a request for those. And this reservoir, Bear Claw 1, was stocked in '88, and also in 2002 with smallmouth bass, largemouth bass, and rainbow trout, which is consistent with what I hear people are pulling out of there, and also consistent with what we've seen, and consistent with the former ranch manager, Randy Barney, who planted a lot of those fish. I think it's important we keep in mind by the acre. This land is, even by Theo Hirschfeld, which many people disagree with these appraisals for various reasons, but it's still 27% higher. That's significant. And I think it's also very significant that the formal unanimous opposition by the Sheridan State delegation points to process and scrutiny issues. And I can go into that some more with the detailed analysis. There are several other omissions that haven't been brought up. For example, in the transaction evaluation of deeded land, it's left blank. The number one question on the evaluation for the landowner is just blank. How much was paid for this, or how much was it appraised for before he bought it? So we really don't know. The only information the public has is a market value from the county, which shows it at about $88,000. That is, of course, really low. I realize that, but we're talking about a 21 times difference What is the value? What was paid for that? How much is the state, I don't want to use the word subsidizing, but how much is the state losing when they trade a really nice piece of land for this land, which is has such a low market value, and we really don't know what was paid. So we're again in the dark on all of that. There's also another omission. Elk were not mentioned as being on the land. There have been elk killed. You've seen that. I've seen elk travel over. I live right by this property on Columbus Creek Road. I see elk passing over onto the state land. So anyway, I think in conclusion, and I'm not totally concluding, I have a little more like I say, if you allow me. I didn't mean that sarcastically. The state trust land is, far superior piece of land over the private land on Dayton East Road, and everybody, this is something everybody said all along. And in the winner in this transaction right now, it's Columbus Peak Ranch. The losers are citizens of Wyoming, future generations, hunters and anglers in perpetuity. Anyone who loves the outdoors, wildlife are going to lose. The state of Wyoming, if that's developed as residential down below, state of Wyoming in the long run. And so I agree with our Sheridan County delegation. Once the land exchange is consummated, it's irreversible. It's gone forever. Because of their finality, they ought to be subject to extremely high levels of scrutiny, far beyond what the current process entails. As such, we cannot support the proposed exchange and formally oppose it. Last night I was trying to, I just took a walk around my property where I can see from Bighorn to Miles into Montana. I'm very fortunate to live here. I think the residents of Wyoming and others are very fortunate to have access to state land like this. I realize the state has to make financial decisions, but I just want to turn it here a little bit to a historical perspective. 1890, big year for the state. As you well know, you're standing on that ground where all that happened, and Cheyenne capital, and this is where it began. It also was a very bad year, 1890, for Native Americans. Their nomadic hunter-gathering lifestyle was lost. It was a tragic year when you look at Wounded Knee and all that took place during that period. Historians such as Frederick Jackson Turner, looking at census reports, declared this to be the end of the frontier, meaning no more free land. And there's been, that's what brought Europeans and so many people here. Let's get a chunk of free land. Let's stake out four corners and we'll live here. And it was what fueled the 19th century. Today, after 131 years, free land is long forgotten about, but there are still pockets of land that are still free. And they still feel wild. And to some extent, they're a little bit like frontier. And I don't mean Cheyenne frontier days. Whether you're from Laramie County, Sheridan County, Campbell County, Johnson County, you have a family ranch in Washakie County, you know that feeling. You know what those kind of lands are. And when you're here, whether you're in the land approaching this state land or you're on it standing above those reservoirs, you have that feeling. This is unique. This is a unique piece. And I just want to mention, many of us here feel this way. This is also part of 2,588 acres. It's one of those rare pieces of land that has not been on the radar for years. And that's why it's loaded with deer, sparkling waters, which were developed on the land by former ranchers, abundance of fish. And I just want to close here with just a little bit more. If we live in a state and a time when we have, we live in nice homes, we don't live in teepees, we don't live in sod huts with cows crashing through the roof. And we can also access this kind of land where we can actually feel what free land used to be like a little bit. and we still have that. And I feel like it's a treasure, as Larry remarked earlier. We can trade away these lands to those that have the means to trade for them. And the state will experience a short-term financial gain. But I think in a few years, if we don't address funding issues, and I'm willing to work with this, and I've called my legislators about this, we will likely get.
Mr. Clark, I really appreciate your comments. I've extended a courtesy to you because I recognize your passion, but if.
Well, can I just finish a couple sentences and I'll be done?
Thank you very much.
Okay. So then in a few years, if we don't address the funding issues, we'll be back here again, and we're perhaps the same faces or not. And we'll be discussing, do we give up pristine lands, or do we hold the line and say, no, let's not do that. Let's make other trades. But anyway, I feel this is how we can begin losing a long-term asset, and how we may eventually lose more if we don't address the funding issues. And I'm all on board with that. And I hope we're able to do that some other way than trading this land. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I very much appreciate your comments. Are there questions from Mr. Clark? Thank you again, Mr. Clark. I have Mayor Miller.
All right, I think I unmuted. Thank you, Governor and Honorable Board. I appreciate your time in this matter. I think it's an important matter. I wanted to speak on this as well, along with the other public officials. And I just wanted to clarify too, I'm the former mayor of Sheridan, not the current mayor. But as a public official that had worked and will continue to work in a legislative / government official way in the future for our county, and having worked on it in the past, these are hard decisions, and I respect all the hard work and the thought that goes into these. Some of the thoughts that I wanted to bring up in reference to this are all of the ones that have been already stated. I agree with almost everybody who's talked on this matter. Maybe just looking at it in a slightly different way, as opposed to doing a trade. I know that in the past, the state has looked at buying some large lands in other areas, but we could potentially, instead of trading off this land, maybe work towards connecting that land. There's a couple of ranches. The Columbus Peak Ranch owns most of the land surrounding that state land, which is part of the whole trade, and probably why they want that chunk as well. But there's also a small Smith Canyon Ranch, I think it's called, that owns another couple pieces that actually extend closer to other state lands and the federal forest land that's in that area. As opposed to trading piece for piece, again, the reservoir, the access, the public access, that's kind of a trade that's similar, but it's not in the fact that the reservoir does make a big difference. The actual hunting grounds that are there, the hunting grounds that are there for the birds, the fishing, the big game, that's all very important things that we need to keep track of for the future generations. And even though we do see declining hunting in our youth today, it doesn't mean we won't see that better in the future. The tourism aspects, when I was reading through some of the comments, I noticed that several people did comment that they travel here for hunting, and this particular piece of ground where they hunted, and they come out every year. So that tourism aspect of our hotels and our groceries and all the other aspects that we gain other tax revenue off of is part of this particular property. So I do oppose the swap. It's just not as fair of a trade, even with the cash value on top of it. I would rather see the state, if you want options, I would rather see the state look to maybe pick up a couple of pieces more that are in that gap between the state land, the federal land, and the other state land. Maybe in the future, this company or either of these landowners might look to sell to the state to benefit the community in the state of Wyoming more in the future. Of course, the mineral rights, definitely an issue that I think needs to be looked at a lot closer. But as a whole, at this time, I don't think this trade maybe is quite ready. And maybe there's some other options that we could take as a state and increase that state land and increase the access across that little adjoining couple of pieces of property. It looks like, I don't know, it's maybe 1,000 or so acres, maybe it's a little bit more, but if the state would look at it and maybe connect that state land to the public, other state land and the forest land, that would be a greater benefit to the future as opposed to selling it off now, putting a little money into the schools for now, and then going back to a piece of land that we're gaining in the trade that doesn't have the water, doesn't have the same hunting. It's just not as fair of a trade as we'd like to see. So I'm hoping that the board will vote no today, maybe look at this further and seek other options. And maybe that option would be pick up a couple of other pieces of land to connect and get a little bit more public access as opposed to just trading for a couple hundred acres of extra public access. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I will let you get going. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate the comments. And I wanted to ask if any questions. Hearing none.
Maybe am I there or am I not there?
Thank you very much. I have Marguerite Herman and Ross Matthews. Those are the two that are queued up. I'll try to go through those and then we'll stop for a second. I'll ask the board some things. So Marguerite, good to hear your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marguerite Herman here. And usually you hear me to hold forth on issues and land issues that affect the school trusts. Now, I know that this land, in fact, the beneficiaries are not the schools. They're I think, public buildings and ag college. But I wanted to weigh in because I think the principles of trust land and management apply to all cases. And I see, frankly, actions of the Board of Land Commissioners today being, having an impact or an indication of direction for future decisions that may become.
Marguerite, it sounds like we've lost you. Marguerite? Don't know if you lost your connection. Okay, we'll come back if we can get you. I don't know if you're muted. Maybe it's a bad connection. Looks like we've lost you. So let's go to Mr. Matthews, and if Marguerite comes back on, we'll let her. Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, you may be muted. Sounds like you're not now.
Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Sure can.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. First of all, I would like to thank the director and the staff of OSLI for all the extremely hard work they did on the detailed analysis. Yeah, it's a very thorough 65-page document, and I think it really represents a valid assessment of what's going on here. I would also like to recognize that Representative Cyrus Western has done just one heck of a job in organizing a group of folks to oppose this. He's truly been an activist in this and recruiting people. I had a meeting with Representative Western within a week of this being announced publicly. And while some of the prior speakers have pointed out that some of the agency folks had not been on the ground. Representative Western admitted to me that he had never been on the vast majority of this 560 acre parcel at the time that he was telling me that he was opposed to this land trade. But he had been on the northwest corner when he'd been accessing the other lands that run up along Smith Creek so that he could go hunting. And in that conversation, I pointed out to him that I was more than willing to include those lands in a walk-in hunt area if that would help him to approve this. And he said that just didn't work for him. So I did want to get that out, that I have made that offer to him and to others that I've spoken to, and that offer remains on the table. There's one other statement that was made by a prior speaker that I feel like I need to correct. It alluded to the fact that the 568 acre parcel somehow went down to Smith Creek, and it does not. It does not in any way reach Smith Creek. There are no streams that flow across this parcel. There has been quite a lot of interest paid to the Bear Claw Love #1 reservoir and the fish that may or may not be in that reservoir. I think that one thing that is crucial in your deliberations is that you realize that that reservoir is built for stock water and irrigation, and as such, it has no minimum pool, meaning we can drain all the water out of that reservoir. And in Deputy Director Crowder's drone video, you could see there were 3 reservoirs there, one of which the lowest one, if you will, we constructed in 2020. And we don't just construct, they're very expensive to construct. We didn't just do that because we wanted to impound some water. We put a pivot on that land back in 2017. And we intend to add another pivot next year when we have sufficient electrical power there to do so. And in doing that, we realize that there won't be enough water in the Bear Claw Love #1 to service both reservoirs. We already have a 10-inch pipe laid almost to the point where the other pivot's going to be. So we built the second reservoir, which is known as the McTiernan #1. And so what I'm telling you is that there won't be fish in these reservoirs, even if they're there today. It's not going to be a good fish habitat. That ranch, Mr. Chairman, if you've been out there, it kind of lacked a good hay base for the number of animals that you could graze there. And our intention is to put another pivot out there so that we'll have sufficient hay base. And then I would just like to say that I haven't read all the letters because there's a higher number than what I received, but a little over a month ago, I did endeavor to read all of the letters, and some of them were somewhat amusing to me in that they said things like, well, these people already have too much land, you shouldn't do this exchange, and the state's going to end up with more land if you do the exchange. But what I did note in the time that I read, there were more than 80 of them. Not one letter said that the exchange was not in the best interest of the beneficiaries of OSLI. Not one of them. They were more concerned about people's personal interests with hunting or things of that nature, and not the beneficiaries. So I would like to point out that if this exchange is granted, which I hope it will be, it gives the state more land, not less. It gives the state additional funding, which I think is critical. And it gives better access to the public to state lands. These lands the state lands will be highly accessible right off of Dayton East Road, which is good for the vast majority of the public. Some people do like to hike 3 miles in to reach an area. A lot of people aren't even able to do that. So in addition to that, this exchange would meet all 3 of the OSLI objectives, which Deputy Director Crowder went over earlier. And basically, I just can't see any reason to not do this exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. And, you know, I've been on that when Love's owned it, when Woods owned it, when McTiernan's owned it. I have not been on it since you've owned it. So I'm glad to hear your voice. Other questions for Mr. Matthews? Questions for Mr. Matthews? Thanks. And I see Marguerite Herman may be back online. Marguerite?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I'm in Steamboat Springs and the connections are a little spotty. But I have to say, I am thankful that I followed Mr. Matthews because I want to endorse everything he said, and I will simply add to it. I will be brief. I'm Marguerite Herman, and usually I address the board for issues that affect trust assets for when the beneficiaries are the school children. And I know that is not the case. Here it's public buildings and ag college. But I think the same principles apply. And once again, the work by OSLI staff is impeccable. Make a very strong case for all the things Mr. Matthews said for the beneficiaries. And I feel it's important to point out that I really hope that the judgment of the board today is the same that will be applied to future exchanges that make as much sense for the other beneficiaries, the school children. So for all those reasons, and I heard a lot of testimony today on issues that are important to many people, but ultimately they are not pertinent to the question that is before the board today. And sounds like there's going to be a lot of follow-up for those issues, and that's fine. But I encourage the board to approve the director's recommendation today. Just one other additional thing that Mr. Matthews did not touch on, but does kind of give a nod to the future exchanges that might be negotiated for the school land, which is that after all this work, diligence, striking a really good deal for the beneficiaries and for the person making all the parties to the exchange, and really coming with a solid deal. And I think if it is rejected today for a reason that, once again, it may be important to some people, but in fact are not pertinent, are not relevant, I just wonder at the ability of our staff to negotiate equally good deals in the future. I think it undermines their ability to do that on behalf of whatever trust beneficiaries we were talking about. And so for all those reasons, I would just encourage you to approve the director's recommendation, and you have a chance to address the issues that other people brought up today in another setting. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that was brief enough, and I hope you will approve the exchange.
Thank you, Marguerite. And I'm glad to know that Wyoming has better internet than Colorado.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Any questions for Ms. Herman? Hearing none. Thank you. I think that is I think there are some comments that are in the chat box from Mr. Miller and some others. Board members, what's your pleasure at this point? I note that the good treasurer is not here right now. It might make sense to take a bit of a break. I'm getting lots of nods. Oh, the treasurer is back. But let's take a brief break anyway. We are at 10 of 2. Sorry about taking so long on this. Madam Director, do you have a suggestion on when to reconvene?
How about a 15-minute break, Mr. Chairman, just to give me a
Okay.
chance to stretch my legs?
Does 15 to 20 minutes work? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Have a full group. We're coming back to order. Thank you, everyone who commented on this proposed swap. Appreciate the attention that this has been given, and it I think is indicative of how much people in Wyoming care about their special places. So, Madam Director, is there anything more that you want to bring to our attention?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to touch briefly on the water rights related to the reservoir. We did a little bit of research on that, and what we found is that there are 3 water rights that deal with the reservoir at issue. So there was the original permit and then 2 enlargement permits. The Board of Land Commissioners is listed as a co-applicant on the 3rd and last enlargement. And we have looked in our file to see if we could ascertain any details around that, because you know, we're not irrigating crops out there. We don't have our own cattle that we're running out there. And so we wondered, why is the Board of Land Commissioners sort of a co-applicant or a co-holder of the reservoir construction permit? And what we think we've determined is that back when Mr. McTiernan applied for that water right back in the 90s, nobody had obtained an easement or right-of-way or anything from the state to inundate the state lands. And it's my understanding that the state engineer's office, when they issue permits, they're always looking for land ownership to make sure that people aren't trying to put facilities on other people's land, that they do have some sort of ownership interest. And so originally, it may have been the case that that's what Mr. McTiernan did. It was later identified, I think, by an OSLI employee that, you know, gee, if Mr. McTiernan or one of his, or if Mr. McTiernan had applied for a right-of-way or an easement on the state land for that inundated land, that the Board of Land Commissioners could be removed from the permit itself. So it's sort of what we've deduced from the whole thing is that it wasn't the intention of the Board of Land Commissioners to utilize the water in the reservoir. It's permitted for irrigation and stock. There was no intention to supply fishing opportunities for the public. I think we've considered this to be a private reservoir, if you will, that's devoted to the irrigation activity on the neighboring lands, or at least that's what we've determined. And I know that Jim and Pat, we've sort of talked to them a little bit, and I don't know if they've determined anything else, but from our files, that's the best we can come up with, is that we haven't in the past, nor have we intended to now or in the future provide fishing opportunities out of that reservoir. And it was stocked. I think Mr. Clark is correct, at least from what we can tell, but I don't think Mr. Matthews has ever stocked it since he's owned it, and nor has he operated it as a personal fishing pond. At least that's, I think, what he has indicated to Jason in their discussions, so.
Thank you, Madam Director. And just for my curiosity, it would be the most junior of the rights in that reservoir then?
Correct. The enlargement, the priority date is, I think, in 97. But yeah, it's the 3rd. It may be one of the larger ones. It's for, I think, 107.12 acre feet. But again, like I said, it's our understanding that we were a co-applicant just simply for the land ownership issue.
Mr. Treasurer.
So if we were a co-applicant and we got the top 107 feet or proportion of, I guess our proportion would be the proportion of the surface area down to the level of the previous 2 permits. That's what my guess is. Like if you just cut the bowl of jello there, and this would be ours, and that would be the previous landowners as far as our share of the water, I would think.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, without looking at the specifics of this, I think it would be a percentage of the volume of the reservoir. So whatever those other two, the original permit and the enlargement are, those would be the private landowners, and then we may be entitled to a percentage of whatever this proportion would be. But as far as I know, we've never utilized whatever interest we may have in the actual volume of water itself.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if the cattle drank out of that share, they'd be drinking state water. So I'd say that we had utilized it from that perspective as far as the agricultural leases. And then the permits on stocking, it was, I think, erroneously stocked as a private pond on the permit, where had whoever looked into all of the water rights probably would have said you had to say private and state when they did the stocking. So I think that we can't rely on the permit or the assertion of the landowner that it was private, because those rights, unless those rights, no, at least in one, those rights would have existed after the 97 permit, because it was done in 2000 and something.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have not researched the stocking permits that were obtained from Game and Fish. And I thought Mr. Clark had said in the 80s and then in 1988 and 2002, they were stocked. And I don't know what Game and Fish looks at when they agree to stock for people. So I have no idea what occurred at that point in time. I have no idea with respect to what authorization may have been given, but we don't have anything in our file indicating that we had played a role in that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess what I'm getting at is that the state does have, I think, an interest in the volume of water in the lake. And if we're looking at establishing a long-term fishery, that could be used as a minimum pool. But that's, neither here nor there, but I think that's something that we could do.
Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate your thoughts on this. I believe that the rights were secured as irrigation and stock. And I would hate to speculate on other aspects. And I, as someone who worries a lot about these things, I guess if the state were to, without some sort of sense of proper communication and all that, suddenly put additional restrictions on stock reservoirs that happen to have fish in them, I think that could be an interesting precedent.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing that the state did with the Horse Creek Conservation District in Hawk Springs Reservoir, when they needed money for a dam safety rehabilitation. The state said, yeah, we'll do that if you give us a minimum pool, and then we'll stock walleye in it for a fishery. So, I think there's a precedent there, and it was for basically having a fishery for the sportsmen. So there is a precedent on a private reservoir, but it was almost like blackmail, I think, when they Game and Fish, but that was the case back then.
Right, and I don't know if it was stocked by Game and Fish, so perhaps that's another bit of information, could have been stocked by somebody else. Okay, any further questions? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I
Madam Auditor.
am hesitant to ask questions about the water rights, as I am so ignorant and so completely separate and apart from any conversations about fish. Does that recognition that the state has a water right, Mr. Matthews makes the assertion he could drain the whole thing. Does the acknowledgement that we have that water right change that?
Madam Auditor, I think we're straying into a very arcane part of law, which is water law. And I imagine Henry Burgess, a dear old friend of mine, when Texaco asserted they had all the rights to the water in Lake de Smet, Henry said, "I'm not so sure about that." So,
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, without going into water law or advising on water law, as I mentioned, near as we can tell, the only reason we were listed on the permit was out of ownership concerns for the actual issuance of the water rights. But the idea was that those water rights would be utilized for the irrigation purposes on the private land and for stock. But beyond that, we don't have any information, and I would decline to do a water law analysis right here.
right, and well, and yeah, and I think it would probably be the purview of the Attorney General in any event.
Mr. Chairman, I think they could, as long as they put it to beneficial use, he could drain the lake.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. That it have to be applied in beneficial use, unless the state at some subsequent time, got a new permit for another use.
Thank you.
That would be an interesting border control issue.
Unless we bought some.
Oh, boy. Okay. Madam Superintendent, get us back on track.
Mr. Chairman, nothing to offer except a bottle of water. No water law, but if you're thirsty, I do have an extra bottle here. My feeble attempt at humor. Just kind of turning back to the issue of today, I'm not so sure that the issues are water or revenue. I think that the issue is really trying to strike a deal that's amenable to all parties. And I tend to believe that that's here, but not today. And I don't think that the state needs to cede revenue in order to achieve that. I don't think that the applicant needs to walk away unhappy. And I think that the citizens of Sheridan County and those that utilize this land can also find a compromise. That said, that's the responsibility of the communities and the applicant, or the community and the applicant, I think, to figure out what that looks like. It sounds like some progress has been made, but they're not there yet. I would like to see work continue on this exchange, which would mean that as a board, my preference would be to not vote today, so that if there's no progress made on an exchange or on an amended exchange, this board could bring this exact proposal back up at a future meeting and perhaps approve the applicant's request for the exchange. So that's just me as one member really trying to kind of get at the heart of this, which seems to be community contention, or tension maybe, and a real desire to find a compromise that suits everybody, and I really do think it's there. So, Mr. Chairman, that said, I would just offer those comments as my input for going forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and I think I'd be reluctant to force a compromise. I think that I have some ideas that I think that people could learn to live with, but I'd rather have them make those decisions themselves. As far as voting for this exact, in favor of this exact proposal in a later date, I can't offer whether I vote yes or no on it. But I think that the motion that we'd be looking for would be to table to an indefinite date if you wanted to force the parties to have a candid, productive discussion.
Yeah, and before we, go too much further, I note that there are several comments, and there are comments in the chat box, and there were some comments made publicly about adding state land, and perhaps adding enough state land to adjoin BLM to provide a bigger and better recreational experience. And Madam Director, or maybe Jim Peters, it's seeming to me that we are constrained in doing that. There is I believe, a statute that really says no net gain. Is that correct? Or Jason, you may.
What was it, Mr. Chairman? I think, Jason, we had 3,000 acres or something you could add. Yeah.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying in terms of the state going out and acquiring additional parcels to make this a more whole public land, that would be something that would be difficult for this board to contemplate.
Mr. Chairman, we have, or you have the ability to do real estate transactions with willing buyers, willing sellers. You don't have the ability to utilize eminent domain to do that. So we would have to find somebody willing to do a transaction with us that would gain the acreage you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. All right. Madam Auditor, Mr. Secretary, I haven't heard from either of you. Any thoughts? Okay. Well, what is the pleasure of the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to lay this matter on the table to an indefinite date, in which case we could, when we decide that we want to take it up again, then we could either take this up or hopefully an alternative compromise.
Is there support for the motion to lay it on the table?
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask for some clarification on this, Mr. Chairman?
We're kind of breaking a little bit the rules on
Okay.
tabling, but go ahead.
I don't want to break the rules. I'm a rule abider.
Okay.
So I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's do that by voice. Mr. Treasurer heard an aye. I heard an aye from the auditor. Heard an aye from the secretary and
Aye.
the superintendent. So, Adam, I'm going to register a nay on that, but there we are. That matter is tabled. Thanks to everyone who participated. I guess stay tuned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I didn't understand your question there, but Jason came to the rescue, so. Anyway.
Okay.
I guess we have two choices, Mr. Chairman. We can either address the rules under C1 again, or we can let Mr. Crapser give his forestry update.
Let's let Mr. Crapser give his forestry update, and then we'll go with the rules.
That's what I figured. You'd like to hang on for a while, huh?
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We've had a real busy summer. Our field folks have been doing a lot of landowner field days this year, trying to work with landowners on post-fire mitigation, stuff to do after fires have gone through, pre-fire mitigation, fuels treatment, forest management, doing classes on teaching landowners how to manage their forest, and forest health. We've actually, across the state, we've had over 500 landowners this year that have participated in these forestry field days. So I think they've been real successful. We've had a lot of plantings around the state. I do have a great picture of the governor leaning on a shovel up in Buffalo at a tree planting. Actually, he's going in on 2 shovels at the same time. As far as fires, everybody sees smoke outside. Most of the smoke we're seeing right now are from California, Oregon fires. If you look at Northern California, Washington, Oregon, Northern Idaho, and Western Montana, those are the real hot spots right now where we have a lot of fire activity. Nationally, we got over 22,000 people right now assigned to large fires, and I think over 32 or 33 incident management teams on fires. So the whole system is pretty strapped already. Our part of the world is just entering into our traditional fire season. But already this year, we've had 12 emergency fire suppression account fires. We've spent about $3.5 million on those fires. Our helitac's been on 34 fires, and our single engine air tankers have responded to 32 fires. So we've had a very active summer, even though we've been kind of out of the bullseye. As I said, we're just entering our traditional fire season. August and the first half of September is usually when we have most of our fires. With the predictive services right now, this shot of moisture and cooler temperatures have helped us across the state, but it's supposed to dry out again this weekend. We're supposed to be in red flag, a lot of the states starting tomorrow. Really, the only part of the state that's not supposed to be above normal fire activity for August, September, and October is basically Laramie County. The whole rest of the state is looking at above average fire. I got about an hour and a half more, Mr. Chairman, but I'll cut it off there and answer any questions that you guys have.
Any questions for Mr. Krebs or Mr. Treasurer?
Just real quick, you're good right now because with your budget and no problems there and keep our fingers crossed, huh?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we still have a fairly good balance in EFSA. We are, as all agencies, working on our budget for next biennium, and we probably will have some asks in there because we are burning through that. No pun intended. We are going through that account fairly quickly on fire activity.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Krebs, are you able to use any inmates this summer to help with the fires?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, this year we do have some inmates. Corrections have changed their facilities where they have inmates a little bit. We have right now 15 inmates that are available for fire. So what we're doing, we normally have had maybe around 30 inmates in past years. So what we've done is we've taken our folks up there and we have 15 inmates available as what we're calling a short crew. The rest of our our supervisors up there, crew supervisors, are staffing 2 engines. So we're able to roll with 15 inmates and 2 engines to respond to fires. In some respects, it's actually working out better for us than having a whole lot of inmates because we can move the engines around a little bit more independently.
Thanks. Any other questions? Bill, I'd just point out that thank you for bringing the issue of aviation fuel up. I was able to talk to Sinclair Refinery and Rollins, and they've kind of jumped up their fuel supply, and we also exchanged EOs to make sure that drivers could get that fuel. Have you heard any more shortages that you're concerned about?
Mr. Chairman, right now I think we've been in pretty good shape on our fire operations. There's been some of the smaller airports that have had some shortages. With our helitack operation, with the fuel truck catching up with them, even on the smaller airports, we've been okay. And our seats normally recover to Casper to reload. So we've been okay so far, but if we start picking up fire activity, it could put another strain on jet fuel.
And then I just note, having participated in 2 White House calls on forest fires in the West, it was really encouraging to hear West Coast governors Gavin Newsom and Kate Brown and Jay Inslee talking about the need to manage our forests. So that's a prelude to how are things going on the Black Hills?
Mr. Chairman, they're still, their harvest is way down this year for lots of reasons. They've had some pending lawsuits, some other issues that the report that came out of Rocky Mountain Research is looking at probably advising that they cut their timber harvest in half from where it's traditionally been, which puts the industry in the Black Hills at pretty dire conditions. They're starting their revision of their forest plan. The Forest Service, as you know, Governor, have been telling everybody that that report from Rocky Mountain is just a snapshot in time. That's one piece of information for their forest plan revision, but it is pretty concerning to anybody working in the Black Hills.
Is there anything we can do? I note that Nyman Mills has had to close the Hill City Mill in South Dakota. I know Governor Noem and I have been working on that issue, and I guess I'm concerned about Hewlett.
Mr. Chairman, I am too. I've been working real close with the South Dakota State Forester, doing some joint letters to the Forest Service, seeing where we can try to help both South Dakota and Wyoming. As you know, we have the Good Neighbor Authority. We have one of the foresters that the legislature approved last year, working with the Black Hills out of Sundance. South Dakota's got some Good Neighbor foresters that are state employees working on federal land. I think conversations with Secretary of Agriculture, with everybody, congressionals, all will help in the situation, but it is a fairly serious situation up there.
Thank you. And Mr. Treasurer.
I guess all other things aside, just the question of forest health in the Black Hills, do we have any study or any actual data that would indicate, you know, what we should be doing as far as timber harvest for forest health? And just on that issue only, what's that number, and how much does that deviate from what the bureaucratic edict is?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, the researchers at Rocky Mountain Research Station would tell you that their number in their report is the proper number given forest health. There's a lot of controversy over that, a lot of questions over that. We've provided our comments to the Forest Service on where we think the holes are in that research, what they ought to do a little bit different. As far as us, either the state of South Dakota or state of Wyoming, having a comprehensive study on the Black Hills, we don't, because the vast majority is federal land, and they've got the better inventory numbers.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I would just like to thank the forester for the daily fire updates. I know those take time, and just in case you feared no one was reading them, we are. At least I am, every day. I don't want to say I look forward to them because but I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Auditor. They do take some time. My staff sometimes wonders why I want information by 7 in the morning, but I always tell them I have to get that report out, and sometimes the governor calls me at 2 after 7 asking me for the information.
No, thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Bill. Really appreciate your work.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna, as much as I'd like to stay for the rules conversation, I'm gonna leave, if that's all right.
We're gonna put that on your tab, sir. Very good. Well, Madam Director, I think that we have that matter ahead of us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're back to C1, and I believe Mr. Peters has some suggestions.
Mr. Chairman. So what we have on the screen now, and it's a little bit difficult to read in the track or the strike underscore version. But option 1, this was what was discussed prior to the break. The 2 changes notably are 1, changing the language in considering to requiring, and then spreading out or fanning out, if you will, all of the various subsections into separate discrete parts into subsections A, B, C, and D. Those are all right from the statute. There is, as we were pondering this a little bit more, there is one concern with this approach, and that would be the language in B, where the applicant is a legal entity authorized to transact business, and reconciling that with the language in A, which would require the applicant to be a bona fide resident citizen of the state. And there may be circumstances where a legal entity that's authorized to transact business in the state is not a resident citizen of the state. So requiring A and B may be unworkable. With that said, we proposed a minor adjustment in 2. And again, I apologize, it's a little bit difficult to read, but A, it essentially collapses A and B together. So A now reads, the applicant is a bona fide resident citizen of the state or legal entity authorized to transact business, and then and B, C, and D. So it's the same setup as what was discussed prior to the break, but this would allow, if the applicant is a bona fide resident citizen of the state, that's sufficient to meet A, they would still need to meet B, C, and D. Or if they're a legal entity authorized to transact business in the state, they are not necessarily required to be a bona fide resident citizen because an entity may not be a resident citizen of the state. And the other change from option 1 is the considering versus requiring language. Section 10, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I was going to say, Mr. Peters, I think there was some discussion about this not being a ranking, but these all being inclusive.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. As written, both of the options right now would not be a ranking, but the applicant would be required to meet all of these in order to be entitled to the preference. And that applies whether it's the first option that we discussed earlier or the second option. Neither of these would provide a ranking for various categories, whether there's actual necessary use, whether there's a resident citizen. They would all be required in order to meet the preference or to qualify for the preference.
Mr. Treasurer, yeah, just 1 second. I'm asking if that should be more specifically called out. That's simply a thought. But Mr. Treasurer.
I understand what you were saying there, and I think, and I think for clarification, that so people don't have to interpret the law, maybe stating what the governor requested might be beneficial to the layperson for sure. It removes some of the potential ambiguity, I think, is what he was trying to do. But I guess what I was getting at is to make sure, and I think he said it, but I want to make sure that this is only for the preference, and the preference, and I don't want to get into the situation that was contemplated that a person that doesn't necessarily meet all of these, that pays a larger amount, still can't rent the property. And I think that's how this reads right now, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. This subsection, and we just have it in isolation here because the only proposed changes would be related to this subsection, but this is to clarify section 105B as to who is qualified for the preference. Right. The other provisions of the rules, proposed rules, would remain unchanged.
Okay, now, the area there in B, the actual and necessary use of the land, is there another place in statute that would apply to the vacant land that would, I guess, and here we get into to just the preference or not, because this kind of gets into the heart of, I think, the heartburn that the stock growers have is, somebody coming in and just trying to change the face of Wyoming and get rid of grazing. And so I don't think that we actually do it in this particular setup here on that though, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, under this current option, if there is an entity that is authorized to transact business, they have actual and necessary use of the land, they are the owner, lessee, or lawful occupant of adjacent land, they need to meet all of those requirements in order to qualify for the preference.
Okay, all right.
And the same would apply for a bona fide resident citizen of the state. That bona fide resident citizen would need actual and necessary use to be the owner, lessee, or lawful occupant of adjoining land, and all of the same requirements to qualify for the preference.
Somebody outside would not get the preference. Because they didn't qualify for the actual.
If there was perhaps an entity that is organized in another jurisdiction that is authorized to transact business here and meets those other requirements, perhaps they could qualify for the preference.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Just a question. In option 2, you noted, and I see that considering is still considering. I don't understand why that is, why that's not either requiring or affirmatively determining, as in option 1.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, when looking at the language of the statute, preference is given to everyone who meets these requirements. And the rules aren't intended to change those requirements. And so the rules are intended to clarify and make it a little bit easier for a member or an applicant to interpret the statute. And so the thought there is that to be entitled to the preference, it's already required in the statute that you meet all of those requirements under the statute. And so by considering it, the difference between considering and requiring in this is that as it's currently written, the director shall determine whether the applicant qualifies for the preference by looking at each of those things. And if they meet each of those, then they're entitled or they're qualified for the preference. If we change that language to requiring, it may work. I mean, we're essentially requiring something that's already required in the statute. I don't know that it's necessarily that it would be a fatal flaw to the rule in interpreting statute, but it would be the director shall determine if any applicant qualifies by requiring the following.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think that's nuanced, but I think I understand. We're not necessarily requiring, we're considering the requirements. Would that be better to put considering the following requirements, which may actually help alleviate the governor's concern about ranking or considering the following, or considering that each of the following requirements are met, or could we put some kind of qualifier in there that shows these are not considerations that you may or may not meet. They're not considerations that are ranked. It's the director considering the requirements that are statutory requirements.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I certainly think some clarification or some additional language could be beneficial to help clean up, and perhaps it is by considering whether the applicant meets the following requirements or something similar as you had proposed.
Mr. Superintendent, just a second, Mr. Treasurer, Superintendent, anything more? Please, Mr.
I
Treasurer.
wholeheartedly agree with the superintendent there, because there's so often that people will say, yeah, I considered it, but I didn't think it was that important. Because it leads to a subjective application, and we don't want a subjective application. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, and members of the board, perhaps maybe the proposed language fix is instead of considering the following, insert, consider whether the applicant meets the following requirements.
That's fine. I would still add to that inclusively and without regard to rank.
Mr. Chairman.
Or maybe inclusively is enough, but.
I know how you like us to draft language on the fly.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, my point is I think we're very close.
Yes, and I would agree. I understand the nuances of the construction and that it says and, but if I were a layperson, which, you know, I am a layperson, I would assume I need to meet one of those and I check the box.
Right.
And so I think something, you know, by meeting all of the following conditions. If we just put all in there, I think that actually gets, because rank them or not, you
Right.
have to meet all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Very good.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
no additional language, but I wonder if you might insert the word all and read that to the board so that we just have a sense for it, what that insertion might look like.
The director shall determine if any applicant qualifies for the preference as described within 36.5.105B by considering whether the applicant meets all of the following requirements.
Okay. I have a hand raised from Mr. Magagna. The pleasure of the board. Do we take comment at this point? I think we do. Mr. Magagna.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very worthwhile discussion. My real concern with the all language is that then if you have applicants, no applicants who own adjacent land, then the other qualifications don't apply. There's no preference then for having a necessary use. There's no preference for being a citizen of the state of Wyoming. It seems to me you're saying if you don't meet all four, then there's no preference at all. And my point would be that it seems that, at least as to that one, there still needs to be these other preferences need to apply to people who may not be holders of adjacent land.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Magagna. The secretary's.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe Mr. Peters can help, but the way I read B is that you would have to meet all those conditions to have the preference.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
that's mistaken, then that changes everything for me.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I would agree. I believe the best interpretation giving effect to all of the words in the statute is to require meeting all of these requirements in order to be qualified for the preference.
Mr. Crowder, Director, any thoughts?
I have one other question.
Mr. Secretary.
Sort of different topic on between A and B where you were talking about the and the or. Doesn't the discussion we just had inform that it's not or? Because the statute says well, the statute says, and to persons or legal entities authorized to transact business in the state. That was kind of, and maybe Mr. Magagna can help us out with this. Maybe it's never been the intent, and based on our previous discussions, I don't think it was, but the preference wasn't ever designed to be exclusive to Wyoming residents, was it? I mean, if you met all the other things, but to qualify for the preference, you had to be a Wyoming resident, that wasn't the case, was it?
That might be challenging.
That's what, yeah, constitutional issues and everything
yeah,
else.
yeah.
But that helps the interpretation of and or there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't know that I have an answer. We've looked into the history of this statute as it's evolved over time. And prior to the legal entity author language, it was firm, association, or other types of legal entities. But as far back as we've been able to do the research on, the structure with the commas has been the same. So we're not certain exactly what the intent was when it was first crafted.
And I guess, Mr. Chairman, in answering that, I mean, if say it was Wyoming residents only, under what circumstance would you be, I could see where you could be a legal entity not authorized to transact business in the state, but under what circumstance would somebody be a person not authorized to transact business in the state? The lack of legislative history is.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, again, I'm not sure that I have a great answer or even an answer to that. And I think what we've come up with splitting it out in this manner is the way that we can best give effect to the statute as it's currently written. But again, there are certainly some questions, and I think that is sort of a purpose of the rules in helping interpret that statute.
So, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Peters, others, I'm going back and looking at 36.5.101, 36.5.105A, and I understand we're working on B and C, but it would seem to me that the issue raised about qualifications are already defined before we actually arrive at this conflicting leasehold. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the qualifications to lease state land are listed in 36.5.101. And for persons, they have to be a citizen of the United States, not necessarily a citizen of Wyoming. But for entities, they would need to be authorized to transact business in Wyoming. So those qualifications do apply here. And in interpreting 36.5.105B, we're just solely looking at the requirements to qualify for the preference for leasing vacant lands.
Correct.
And Mr. Chairman, that brings up a good point. That's why I bring up, like you said, under 101, it gives you the qualifications of a lessee, whereas under 105B, you're talking about a preference. And for the first time, we see bona fide resident of the state. And so that's what I'm like, did the preference, was it ever intended to be, if we've got a tiebreaker, we need a preference, it's going to go to a state resident. Whereas above, it was just a citizen of the United States. Or you intended to be become a citizen of the United States. That was kind of vague too. We just need to rewrite this law.
Is perfect the enemy of the good in this case?
Yes.
Probably.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I mean, we're trying to interpret a statute that we all, including the legislature, have agreed that is not written well. And I think the concern Mr. Magagna is getting at, and correct me, Mr. Magagna, if it's not, is, taking a scenario where we have a an out-of-state entity that comes in and, you know, bids $1,000 an acre just to preserve the view shed or fill in the blank. And then an in-state entity that bids less but doesn't qualify for the preference because they don't check all 4 of these boxes. I think that's their concern, is that would automatically go to that higher bidder. Is that the best or not? And I think that's still, I think that, I mean, that is a perfect reason why it's so important to just preserve our discretion. And I think those situations can still be remedied by our discretion.
And Mr. Chairman, just if I will, Deputy Director Crowder put the language up on the screen now. This is how it would read without the strike underscore track changes language, if that's a little bit easier and more clear to read.
Okay. So this provision only comes in place in the sense of conflicting applications.
Correct. If conflicting applications for vacant land are received, the director will consider whether any of the conflicting applicants are qualified for the vacant leasing preference.
And we began this adventure sort of off the shore that we didn't understand what preference meant for adjoining lands.
Mr. Chairman, correct. Specifically, who was entitled to
That
the preference and what weight, if you will, the preference affords an applicant. It has historically been interpreted as a tiebreaker, but these proposed rules would do more than a tiebreaker. If there's a conflicting applicant and one of those applicants are entitled or qualified for the preference, of course, it depends whether they're originally the high bidder or not, but that may kick in a next process if there is an applicant qualified for the preference.
And I guess that's my point. I think it solves for our initial question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
And Mr. Treasurer.
A question, would the director still have the ability to, you know, weigh all things as far as, you know, whether or not there's a dislocation of a necessary industry like livestock, as far as inuring to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries? So if the person that came in and paid $1,000 an acre for a view shed, but offered no benefit, economic benefit, then couldn't the director say that's not to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, potentially. That's a little bit further down on the proposed rules in subsection C, Romanet 3. That's the provision that would apply if one or more of the applicants qualify for the preference. And then the directors shall consider the qualifications under 36.5.101, rental offered, attributes that inure to the greatest benefit, and the qualifications, an applicant's qualifications for a preference under this subsection. And the reason for that was to leave the discretion open rather than a mandatory shall award to the preference holder.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I move adoption of the new rules, with option 2 incorporated into the proposed rules.
As is displayed.
As displayed on the Jumbotron, whatever. screen. I don't think it's a Jumbotron.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I hope we've all had some calories today. Is there support for the superintendent's motion?
Second, Mr.
It's been seconded by auditor slightly before the secretary. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor
Mr.
signify by saying aye. Oh.
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman, just very
Hold on.
briefly, one, I guess, possibly word changes, instead of considering, would it be more appropriate to have determining? By determining whether the applicant meets all the following. Then we're not quite to requiring, but
Well, rewind, which would you prefer?
Mr. Chairman, I would prefer determining and would offer that as
Friendly to your
inserted language and a friendly amendment
To your motion.
with the thumbs up from the
And that's a
auditor.
thumbs up? It seems to meet everyone. Okay, well, rewind to act where we were. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you for your work. Thank you, staff, Director Jason, Holly. Thank you, Mr. Peters. Thank you. Right.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the Board of Land Commissioners today.
Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are